exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal. I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
What a place.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Letting brave names echo!
Let's finish this next time.
Well, well. Here comes another. This was new.
All right, you asked for it!
Let's start.
Let the mountain's veins boil!
¿Por qué cambia?
Light it up!
Cambia.
Rise with the sun!
Ve. ¿Qué estaba?
The flame burns on.
Jodas, que llora y todo.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Here comes another.
Bring it!
Light it up!
This was new.
Don't mind if I do. Let's do this then. Yes, you are.
Hear the echoes of the valley!
Rise with the sun! The end of our legacy.
¿Qué pedo?
All right. I knew you'd miss me.
Archon reporting for battle.
There are still so many places for us to explore. This shop looks popular today. Butterfly Dew Cosmetics now on sale. Huh, looks like it. Oh, Seedween's here too. Hey there, Seedween! Hello there, Traveler and Paimon. I hope you're keeping yourselves fit and healthy. You bet we are. The Duke insists I take regular vacations in the court of... This one just so happened to... Wait, you... It's called Botes on... Oh, wow! You're a maritime flower? If Paimon's not mistaken, you're one of the leading figures in... What's so weird about that? Everyone loves beauty! I really like this role. The staff at cosmetic shops are... Oh, well, they sure don't want to make an enemy of the maritime flower. Obviously, it's because of Seedween's love for beauty. The truth is, I study this field because I cherish my own appearance. It has nothing to do with being beautiful. Oh, the words of a master beautician defy comprehension. Oh, wait, you're saying that natural beauty is the highest form of beauty, right? Not really. Actually, Melusine aesthetics are very different from human ones. We don't view humans based on their If I had to describe our approach, I'd say it's based on cuteness. Oh! Really? Yep. Still, I really value my current appearance. And in the process of taking care of it, it turns out my knowledge and experience is pretty popular with beauty... Oh, Paimon gets it now! But speaking of your appearance... How come you look human anyway? Are you like... Ooh, wait, sorry. That was No, I don't mind. I'm not mixed, though. If you're interested... A shape-shifting story? Oh, heck yeah, of course! Long ago, humans rejected Melusines, and Melusines feared humans. There was one Melusine who became fascinated with human medicine, but no human wanted her help. And there was one girl who liked Melusines, so no humans would make friends with her. So, the Melusine became the girl's friend, and the girl became the Melusine's patient. Your checkup's all done. You're still in perfect health. Thank you, Dr. Melusine. In this game of doctor and patient, a friendship was born. Then, one day, the girl fell ill. The Melusine was the only doctor to arrive on time, but the adults sent her away.
Scram! Melusines can't be trusted!
So just because I'm not human, I can't save my best friend? In desperation, the Melusine approached the frightening witch. She begged and begged until she got a reply.
If you take this potion, concocted of sin, You will gain a human face and grow human limbs. But then, you will lose everything that attracted this friend of yours to you in the first place. Can you accept that?
The Melusine did not hesitate for very long. On a rainy night, the little doctor knocked on the girl's door. The doctor wore a hood and raincoat, maybe to protect her from the rain, but maybe also to hide a secret. The little doctor held the girl's hand and treated her illness, just as she had so many times before. Dawn came, and the little girl's condition improved. But the little doctor was long gone, for she knew her friend would never recognize her again. And so, since then, I've lived my... Ooh, a witch. A pope. Trust me, it's a true story. Must be the way you told it then. It just sounds so... yeah. Not every Melusine would take human form to save their human friend. Treating patients is a doctor's duty. We must always find a way. Ugh. It's so crazy that they turned you away just because you were a Melusine. Well, sometimes appearance can be a real barrier. But that was a long time ago. I like how I look now. I run too! You're super cute this way.
Attention customers! Thank you all for waiting. Now, on behalf of our skincare partner, I'm delighted...
Well, there we go. That's really personal advice.
Allow me to introduce our new... To say that it improves skin quality is an understatement. This product... We are thrilled to have the inventor of this fantastic product with us here today. Please welcome...
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Rawat, and I develop...
Wow, he's a researcher? Wow, he's really challenging the stereotype.
It seems that everyone is surprised by my entrance. I'm well aware that researchers are generally better known for their brains than their dashing good looks. Of course, appearance is a skin-deep way of defining a person. And yet one's appearance can be a very real set of shackles. It can rob a young person of their self-confidence when applying for a job. Dissuade a young lady from approaching the one she loved. But what if I told you that if our appearance prevents us from wash away moles, birthmarks, and wrinkles, and they can no longer rob us of our confidence. Replace them with lust. That is why Butterfly Dew exists. Its mission is to allow us to shed our pupae, undergo a complete metamorphosis, and embrace a new life.
Well, whether it actually works or not, after that speech, Paimon's already sold!
Mr. Rawat?
Of course, I tried it many times while I was testing it.
Wow, then it's...
Still, I don't expect to convince you just by blowing my own trumpet.
Paimon volunteers!
Ah, what an honor! It appears we have a giant of the Fontaine Beauty Association.
Sure.
Whoa. Is that Romaritime flower? They say she's the...
Here you go.
Well, it's very kind to the skin, and the absorption rate is high. Wow, now elements all the time. And if you're worried about whether it's the right product for you, well, luckily...
It's an honor to receive such high praise from you. To be honest, I was also...
With most skincare products, the pros and cons only become apparent with long-term use. Yet, this one has instant benefits. Improving skin quality. Don't worry, though. I plan to keep using it. And...
Oh, I was...
Seedween! Oh, excuse us, Miss...
Wait. Are you the...
That's right! And buy her some...
Well, I don't normally handle customer question. Butterfly Dew is made for all skin types, so no matter who you are,
Why would it work better?
in the interests of protecting...
Alright then. How about a...
Save yourself the trouble. I'd be greatly honored to have both of you use my product.
Yay! Paimon's private fund survives!
I can see why you might think that. To me, finding new customers for Butterfly Dew is about...
Admirers of physical beauty.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Miss Paimon. Most people claim to desire inner virtue, but it's still physical appearance. This is a fact of life. It's only natural for people to desire to become beautiful.
You're right.
Look at the time. My apologies, but I have other things to attend to. I'll leave you with these 2 bottles of Butterfly Dew, and I look forward to seeing...
Paimon, I'd say there's no need for you and the Traveler to use this product for now. What? The quality is fine. I just think there's room for improvement. Really? Then why didn't you tell... Researchers are a very special breed of human. You can point out their flaws to their face and they won't mind very much. But if you tell them that someone else could do a better job, ooh, now that'll make them really upset. If I'd mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have given you those 2 bottles for free. Huh. Fair enough, that makes sense. If you're interested in the more effective version, I can write up a list of ingredients. When you say more effective, you mean it'll make Paimon even prettier? Ooh, how can we say no? As for me, it's alright, see you Just up ahead, Traveler. The ingredients for Siege Wing should be nearby. Hey!
Light it up!
There is no escape! Everyone hold hands!
How brilliant! The show begins!
Great! That's everything! Let's head to the Fortress of Mirapede!
Hit. Burn it down!
Whoa, the infirmary is packed.
Please, you have to believe me. I saw it with my own eyes.
Got it? Okay. I've written down everything you told me. First, which finger am I holding up?
Your index finger, but I'm telling you,
Very good. Now, on to the next. Hey there! Your Grace, it's...
Ah, it's you two. Indeed it has. I would offer you some tea, but I'm afraid the timing is unfortunate.
No worries. Actually, we were looking for Siege...
This inmate came running to the guards in a panic, claiming to have seen his exact doppelganger.
A doppelganger?
And that's what I thought when the report first reached. Considering how certain he is of what he saw, I could...
Alright, very... Evaluation complete.
I see.
I have to assume so for now.
The rumor mill will go crazy if word of this gets out. The Marechaussee fan...
No problem, Your Grace.
By the way, we have a couple of guests here who've made the trip just to see you. I imagine...
Oh, hey there, Seedween!
I'll be in my office if you...
Okay, bye-bye! So... Would you mind waiting for just a moment? I have another... Oh, sure!
Siegeween, we've brought him. And he seems to have taken...
Okay, don't panic. Let's start by sitting him down here. Paimon had no idea how busy it can get for Seedween. Maybe now's not the time to ask for her help with skincare. Good point. Besides, it might actually be interesting. Well, this could hurt. So... Ah! Did his face melt? What happened to him?
It's anyone's guess. His face melted off shortly after arriving at the fortress. But since he's a serious offender, he can't be allowed out for medical treatment. Best we... Oh, this is gonna be awkward. We still need to bring him to the Marechaussee Phantom for questioning.
The Marechaussee Phantom?
Yep, it was a huge case. They bagged a few dozen crooks in one fell swoop.
Okay, I'm going to apply the... Look how nice Seedween's being. And he's so toxic.
Can I leave now?
Wow, not a peep.
Thank you, Siegeween. And I apologize.
So, Traveler? We did, but we don't want to interfere or anything. Oh, don't be silly. I agreed to it. Take a rest here if you want. Or alternatively, is there anything we can... That's right! Let us help... Good point. Kind-hearted humans start to develop guilt if they... don't worry. I'll take a look. I gotta warn you, though. We're ready, Seedween. What's our first mission? I found the perfect job for the Traveler. First, I'd like you to... What for? I need you... What? Oh, is it that difficult? I thought you did... Oh, so you knew. I sure did. She was way more interesting than the usual malingering inmates. When you played along very well, Paimon. Well, this is awkward. No time to explain. My next patient will be here any second. Please just do as I say. Okay. Well, your mother has enough on her plate with a busy job.
I know! I shouldn't treat the I thought I'd be able to have some fun here at the fortress for a few days.
All right. Sit yourself down and I'll take your temperature.
But Doc, it's so bitter. Do I really have... Can't you just write me a note saying
I sure can.
Huh?
Well, if you want to rely on your own immune system to clear up your fever, then you'll have to tough it out like this young lady. Hang in there, traveler! Are you gonna puke? Paimon can get you... As long as you're tough enough to get through the nausea and dizziness caused by the high fever, you'll be right as...
And...
Hey! Put it this way. Ellie...
I think...
Oh, of course.
It's so bitter.
All done. Great job. That kid really doesn't know what's good for him. His mother's a guard here. She's been working back-to-back shifts lately, but unfortunately his father's away on a business trip right now. She had no choice but to bring her son here for the time being. He was quite happy at first. So you made us put on that act just to... Oh, you had a teacher? Was she a She was human. Oh, it's fine. I really liked my teacher. She was a traveling doctor. And since she didn't have a clinic, she'd go out. She used to say, if you can scare the little brats into taking their medicine, you won't have to hear them wailing and screeching when their condition gets worse. She sounds like a pretty strict teacher. Strict? Well, that's not how my teacher saw it. She thought of herself as... Strange way for a doctor to describe themselves. No. Oh, wow, yeah, okay. Yep. All the children she treated thought she was a witch. Why does it almost sound like you're Oh, because I am. If she was here, all the children would take their medicine without any need. A doctor who looks like a witch. True, they wouldn't... Oh, me, on the other hand... That's actually a good... Oh, my next patient should be arriving now. Sure thing! Well, thanks to you two. Should we get some rest? There is one last thing. I have confidential? Are you? It's fine. You're not living here anymore, so it's okay if you know. Wait, you mean those? My patients refuse to eat any healthy meals I prepare in front of them, so I have to prep the ingredients in secret, then let the chef at the Coupon cafeteria. Considering even the chef's version makes people uneasy, it really makes you wonder what's in it. You want to find out? I can teach you how to make it. That way, if you ever suffer from exhaustion... Sure? The ingredients are ready. Now, put them on. First, we add this special slime condensate. Stir thoroughly. Yeah, it really does! Next up, xenochromatic crystals. You want to crush them up into a fine powder. Wait, are those from Fontimer Aberrants? Finally, we'll need some high-protein meat. Frogs are an excellent choice. You just need to... Oh! And we're done. Oh, that's like yesterday in the production zone. I noticed an inmate who's been working for 2 days. Siegewing really does have the inmates...
Rev the engines!
Ah, head nurse.
Just the one today.
Sounds good. I'll make sure it...
Sounds like they're tough. Thanks for your help.
Oh, it's...
That won't do.
All right. Nurse's orders.
Well, I'm done with work for today. It seems like the guards and staff here have a...
Head nurse, please, wait. I'm sorry to disturb you this late.
Okay, just...
The guard at the observation ward... Oh.
Huh. You were right to tell me. I'll have to... Looks like we've got one job as medical assistant.
Head nurse, you're finally here. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, but I believe after giving it some thought, I'm sure that I was probably just seeing things.
I totally understand. Still, I have to give you an example.
Again, so sorry. I was in such a state this morning, I barely recall anything.
Oh, not at all. It's a lot to remember. First up, we have a little cognitive test. Just concentrate and you'll be fine. To start with, which finger am I holding up?
Your pinky.
All right, all indicators seem normal. So it was a stress-induced hallucination after all? Well, we've certainly had previous cases of mental illness caused by overwork, which is why I...
Please, head nurse, you shouldn't blame yourself. Thanks for looking after me. I'll be as good as new after a good night's sleep.
It can be difficult to relax in an unfamiliar environment. I suggest you take 2 days off to focus on your recovery. I'll take you off the
Great. I can't...
Mr. Odilon, could you...
Of course. I'm on guard duty in the administrative...
Guess you're finally done for the day now, huh? Yep. Paimon really did sleep like a log. Let's go find Seedream. Whoa! How is the infirmary even busier than yet? Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. No problem. Anything we can do? There's a bit of a complicated situation here.
You have to believe me. I'm telling...
You're in a medical facility. Keep it...
Please, listen to me. I'm not Gascon. I'm Uwe.
You're a horrible liar, you know that? We get all your mugshots with the arrest warrants. It's clear as day that—
You mean because of the way I look? I don't know what happened. I just woke up like this. Then you guys dragged me in here for an interrogation.
I brought you here to figure out what's going on. If you truly are the victim of an...
This is nuts. Yesterday's—
Morning, Your Grace. What's going on?
Remember the case I'm...
That's even...
The thing is, none of them have been able to provide any evidence whatsoever to support...
And we thought yesterday was as busy as it got...
We've compiled their statements. Have a look.
Wait.
Release. Interesting. The inmates they spoke of in their statements appeared...
I noticed that too. If that's their plan, they're underestimating us a little.
All the more reason to be cautious. Lumberzar, check the release list for today and make sure no one...
I'm on it.
It's conceivable that our group of serious offenders somehow found a way to switch places.
We did consider that possibility. But I mean, just look at them. They match the...
Only if they're dead ringers for the inmates.
Yes, the inmates' mugshots were attached to the only other thing that stands out to me is that their voices...
Oh, really?
Give me a moment. I think I have a way to... I know, it's not time to change your dressing yet, but please bear with me. Huh? Isn't that the guy? This should be Honore. He has very severe facial ulcers, which require an operation in the hospital at the Court of Fontaine. I authorize...
Yes, like I told you. I'm not Potton. I'm Honore.
So there has been a swap. Well, I can see what happened in Potton's case, but...
No, I believe it was their fate. The method is a bit like replacing a tooth. Take the bad tooth out, put a false one in. Traveler, Paimon. Yeah, sure do. Then you can be my witnesses. To start with, please fetch the... So, you're...
Yes, head nurse. It's me.
I need to do another
All right. It's the cognition.
Now, try to recall if you can. The last time...
I believe it was...
but that means...
Huh?
So, basically, last night, the Eric who said he saw another him suddenly recovered and applied to leave the observation ward. Seadwing did another test before letting him leave, but that time, she held up her pinky finger.
Huh? I don't know about any test last night. There was nothing to do in the observation ward.
Well, in that case, there is a reasonable explanation for this.
So, what exactly happened?
The gang of serious offenders wanted to break out of prison, so they identified a group of scapegoats, namely inmates whose... Last night, when Odilon was on duty, they ambushed him and had one of their groups switch up. Then, once all the other inmates were asleep, Odilon spent his night shift. However, they made one mistake. Henri changed his appearance to match Eric's earlier than he should have done, and ended up being... Real Eric came to the guards for help, but we didn't know then what we know now. So we... However, since one of the gang members was posing as a guard, they simply changed...
Right, because I put Eric on the observation list by then, and no inmates on that list can be processed for departure.
Hence why the imposters had to pull that little stunt to get fake Eric off the list.
Yeah, it all makes sense now!
Well, I can't fault the reasoning. But I'm afraid that we...
Criminals altering their facial appearance to commit crimes is nothing new. In fact, one of the explicit duties of the Mount, we carefully examined all the suspects, and there is no evidence that...
So far, it seems more likely that the gang...
Actually, there is a potion that can completely change someone's appearance. A shape-shifting potion?
Forgive me, head nurse, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. If such a potion truly exists...
Yes, I am.
But...
Please, trust me in my professional opinion as an
At the same time, without any solid evidence, it's pure speculation. Yep.
Okay. Well, it was our negligence that meant we had to come and conduct these post-internment interrogations.
Your Grace, bad news. I paused the releases like you asked, but we were too late. I checked the list, and sure enough,
2 hours ago? That's before today's interrogations began.
So there really was a switch after all.
We should be able to catch up with them if we leave.
Not if that potion is real. They can just switch faces again after leaving the fortress. And...
Yikes! So we're at a complete dead end!
Es la pose del pensamiento.
Well, technically there is one more lead we could follow up on. We were only able to arrest this gang thanks to the help of a researcher from the Fontaine Research...
Oh? What? Isn't that the handsome guy we met at that skincare promotion?
Handsome? Maybe one of the crimes this gang is charged with is the manufacture and sale of illicit drugs. According to Mr. Rawat, they appear to have stolen technology. At first, he thought it was a typical case of intellectual property infringement, and he tried to negotiate with them. But once he discovered their criminal operation, thanks to his report, we were able to...
What a hero! But that took courage.
No doubt. This is worth following up on. As the one... That aside, since he's
Understood, Your Grace. My team and I will head to the Fontaine Research Institute right away. In the meantime...
Of course.
Miss Morgan, I'd like... Well, I'm the one who discharged the fake...
Don't say that, head nurse.
I also have a more personal reason. Cotton is a patient of...
Look, head nurse. I completely understand where you're coming from.
Don't worry, I can...
You say that...
If I may, Miss Morgan, Sigewinne is the one who raised the potion hypothesis. And if you really are worried for her safety... Ah, there you go, right on cue.
Okay. Well, since this plan has the... Greetings. Sorry to impose, but I'm afraid...
The Marsh is a phantom.
Not this time, no.
What? He actually doesn't work on site here very often.
Just a handful? Paimon figured he'd be the most...
Well, I guess you could say he's popular, at least on a superficial level. He's blessed with good looks, so he tends to make a good first... But in all his time here at the Fontaine Research Institute...
Also need to check the research...
Sure thing! We'll go ask around among the other researchers. Excuse us, are you...
That's me. What is it?
Are you close friends with Rawat?
We're close friends? You mean because I told him I had feelings for him once? I doubt I'm the first or last at the Institute to... I should have known, really. Men like him, they just enjoy being surrounded...
Okay.
Why would I know where he's at?
Ugh, this is getting annoying. Shall we go ask someone else? I think she knows Rawat better than she cares to admit. Maybe, but we're not... She's displaying symptoms common among people in love. It's... Oh, we're still no closer to finding Mr. Rawat. Oh, by this point, he could be in grave danger.
Danger? Wait, why are you looking for him again?
Oh, that's right, yeah! The Marshals...
What? How has this happened? He seemed fine.
Oh, I see.
Okay, but this is purely out of concern for his safety. I heard she raised him alone, that they had it pretty tough financially, and these days she's housebound due to illness.
Oh, okay.
Nope, sorry. I only found out the thing about his mother because it came up in conversation once. When I told him I had a crush on him, I offered to help him take care of his mother. And yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea, but did he really have to yell at me for it? It's like, unbelievable. These guys only want to show you their charm.
Looks like her love syndrome is flaring up again. We need to find out Mr. Rawat's mother's address. Let's check with the Marshal officers when we recruit. Cool, sounds like a plan. Hey there!
What do you want?
We're here to ask about Rawat.
Close? Not sure that's the word I'd use. He wouldn't even let me use.
Huh?
It's been a good few days since I last saw him. I don't know where he's at.
Would the patent in question happen to be...
Yeah, kinda. Butterfly do, or whatever he calls it.
Okay, now we're getting...
Most of the other researchers here focus on mechanics, energy, stuff like that. I get why he wouldn't be, but I'm studying coatings. There's a huge overlap in our areas of research. I bought his product once, and noticed it contains a unique substance that might have applications in coatings, too. Don't get me wrong, I had no intention of plagiarizing his work. I was hoping to get official permission to use his, but despite that, he turned me down not once, not twice, but...
Huh, so is Rawat antisocial? Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any... wait, 1 second. Mr. Antibes, next time you go shopping, you should buy some Buell fruits. Peel the skin, steep in water...
Huh?
Sorry to bother you, sir, but are you...
Who's asking?
Just some concerned citizens helping out the...
Not anymore, we're not. Turns out we don't see eye to...
Oh, yeah? What
The thing about us researchers is, most of us do what we do for some sort of... He won't even let you work with him unless you sign a confidentiality agreement first. Also, he has bet... Now that I've got my own technical solution for my compressor, I don't need to work with him anymore.
So that's what Rawat is really like. We'd still like to know where to find him.
Wait, you're... Yeah, I know you. You're the head...
Wow, turns out Sijuin's got some...
Thing is, I have no real way of knowing where he might be. I stopped working with... But if you want my advice, I'd say go talk to the peddlers. There's a few...
Peddlers?
Yeah, back when I was working with him, I noticed he met with them quite often. Wouldn't surprise me if they were involved in... The little I overheard was about manufacturing and selling pharmaceutical drugs. Like I said...
Drugs? Doesn't he work with skincare products?
Who knows? I never cared to...
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, that's all 3 researchers. Let's head back to the meetup point. You know, Heimat started out thinking Rawat was a handsome... So what's your view of... A handsome researcher whose difficult upbringing turned him into a profit chaser with... So your thoughts about his appearance haven't changed at all? Well, his looks are kind of a big deal. At least in Paimon's opinion. How does such a handsome... You can't judge a person solely based on...
Head nurse. Traveler. I assume you've spoken with...
Bertram mentioned Rawat's involvement since he was a whistleblower on such a huge case. I ran a background check on him. I don't remember there being any brands under his name.
How strange. If he was so focused on commercializing his research, maybe he and his business partners needed to avoid public...
You think he may have colluded with the gang?
Isn't that pretty unlikely, though? Most children who come to me with tooth decay have suffered pain for a long time already, but they'll still try to hide the fact that they eat too many sweets. Grown-ups and children aren't so different in that regard. If you say so...
I saw him when he came to make his report, and I certainly didn't get the feeling that he was the type to collude with You mentioned that he comes from a poor family. So, it's possible that the criminals approached him, asking by the time he discovered who they really were. He was in too deep. They had leverage on him, so he was forced to keep working for them.
That does make a lot of sense. It would definitely... No wonder he's so unsociable.
In that case,
If Erwat was working with the escaped inmates, they're sure to know more about his work.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, he was last seen 2 days ago. If no one's seen him...
2 days ago? So he went missing.
That was the same day he reported the criminals, too.
Don't worry, everyone. Yeah, he must...
All the more reason to find him as soon as possible.
Yep. When you register...
Okay.
Está 1000 metros, un kilómetro. Y está en el lado
Light it up! Burn it down!
I see everything. Everyone hold hands.
All right. Calm down. Deep breaths. Remember your training. Control your strength. And... it's open!
See, take a few people and lie in wait. Keep your eyes peeled for any activity around the house. The Traveler...
Desde chiquita. Tiene que un metro cuadrado.
Hello? Anyone Oh, there. On the bed, there's an old lady. That's gotta be Robot. We could try, but she is very...
well, doesn't...
Yep. Hello, ma'am. Might I ask if... Hard of hearing, perhaps.
I have one here.
I'd like to show you a photo, ma'am. Looks like this...
Well, looks like we're...
Is it possible he could have avoided returning here because he knew he'd be...
Maybe. But if so...
Yes, so?
I suggest we all return there now.
Sorry, officer, but could I stay...
Of course. Traveler...
Also, I'd like some Marechaussee members to stay as well, and...
Why is that?
If Erwat knows how serious his mother's condition is...
Got it.
Thanks for helping me out yet again, Traveler and Pine. No problem. But, yes, she's... Oh. Let me take care of a few things first. Yeah, of course. I can tell that her family has tried a lot of different treatment methods, including some very expensive medicines. Seedwing. I'm on Bet's beat. Yes. In Melizine's eyes, a human's birth, aging, sickness, but human medicine can defy that law to some extent. In that sense, It is a science of miracles, but it was only after I truly became a doctor that I realized miracles don't always happen. Even the greatest doctors cannot cure... Seedwing. Well, don't worry about me, Paimon. A doctor's duty is not to cure all this. At the very least, I can lower her fever. Yeah. Oh, her fever is getting worse. Sure, we're on the... Found the hot water? Sure did. Judging by this journal, it seems like... Oh, that's great news. The wet towel is ready. I'm giving you another injection. Are you feeling better now? Oh, it's all right. Thank you.
¿Qué se escondidos así? Ese no es.
It's Officer Morgan!
¿Cómo supieron?
We came as soon as we heard the news.
Don't blame yourself. There's a mechanical door over...
It's open. Let's go in.
Go! Let's blow bubbles!
How did they get in here? Captain, up ahead! Those look like our fugitives!
So they found this place too? Don't let any of them escape!
Wibbly wobbly!
Shine down!
Yoo-hoo!
Light it up!
Hey! I see everything!
Captain, according to our list, many of the fugitives aren't accounted for.
So the
Marashose Phantom!
Wait, it's that guard from the fortress!
That's right, I'm on your side. I mean, the Duke sent me. What's the...
Mr. Odilon, didn't I tell you a few days ago that you need to stop all field work until you've recovered?
Well, you know, gotta help his great...
Officer Morgan, this man is an imposter. The real Mr. Odilon has no reason...
What?
Looks like the head nurse was right about the face-swapping method. Arrest them all! DuPont, stay here and keep guard. And watch the exit. If we're not back...
Got it.
So many jars. Was this some sort of this scent? It's probably the ingredients used to make butterfly dew. How come they're all empty? Did it sell so well that he ran out of supplies?
How strange. Why would Rawat choose to manufacture a popular product like that in such a difficult-to-reach, given our suspicion that he may have been coerced into the illegal drug trade? I would have thought that any production facility we find here would be...
Perhaps butterfly dew is itself...
Do you have any evidence for that claim?
No, just a guess. We need to find...
Understood.
Another way around. This one's close too. What's with those carts and tracks? Oh, maybe it's one of those doors that opens when it senses cargo passing through. There's a loaded cart right over there. Let's bring it to the door and give it a try.
Illusion shattered!
Don't be nervous! Just relax! Shower me with praise! Everyone will please!
vacío.
This room's much smaller than the others. Judging by the implements on the table, this looks like a...
Head nurse! Over here!
Let's see... Huh? Robots? Perhaps they stripped him down... Yikes, Seedween, where did that come from?
Oh, what a tragic way to go.
There's a path leading further on, Officer Morgan.
Muchos lo defienden porque es guapo, no mames.
There's a whole...
Are you serious? You're telling us that within a day, our faces are going to rot like yours?
Fontanian physiology changed dramatically after that great flood, and it's not as compatible with this face-changing solution as before. The side effects are as you can see.
Why didn't you say anything before we all used it?
Look, my plan got you all out of prison, didn't it? You'd have much bigger problems to worry about right now if the Marshal Say Phantom found out about your other crimes. Consider an ugly mug getting off lightly.
Ugh. You're just lucky we didn't leave you in there, after you disappeared on us with no warning. We only let it slide because we're former partners. And now you have the...
Partners? Make no mistake, each of us is only looking at... You hid things from me too. Remember how you each had a spare potion? You kept quiet about it until we planned the prison break?
Oh, and you didn't have a secret spare? Then do you...
Guys, that's enough. Calm down. It is what it is. What's the plan, Parton? I'm assuming...
There is no plan. We followed him here on the promise of more juice. But it turns out there ain't a drop here. Besides, what does it matter now anyway? He already said, even if we did get our hands on more of that stuff, switching faces again...
I said enough arguing!
The most practical solution is to continue using the potion.
Are you kidding me? This stuff was hard enough to get a hold of even when we had a supply. Now you're asking us to use it like skin lotion, after the flood all but wiped the supply out?
Well, there is another option. But you'll have to make a deal with me.
Okay, now we're talking.
I have a document I took from that researcher that details how to make a replacement. Just give me one bottle of the... What's the problem? I thought you always kept reserves. Or do you...
What do you think? That we were shipping them into the...
Spare us your condescending attempts to coax us back to our cells. You think...
Cotton?
Arrest them all! Don't let anyone get away!
Shine down! I see everything! The Temple of Wisdom! Time to shine!
There is no escape!
Another test subject.
Hey! Share my knowledge!
This is the wrong test subject.
Torn to oblivion!
Huh. Gotta say, I never expected to see that.
Some patients respond better to a more aggressive treatment plan. Did we get...
Captain, we finished the head count.
Over there! The door's closing!
One group trying to arrest me, another trying to hunt me down. Good. I gotta...
How did he get up there?
Don't waste your energy. I already sealed it.
How naive. We have more people out.
Well then, you'd better hope they get...
There's some kind of gas leaking from the pipes.
This is our distribution center, where we store the product derived from our source solution. The pipe network here was designed to emit...
Why would you do this? Your partners are here too.
Oh, please. If they can't supply what I need, they're of no further use to me.
He's a maniac! Come on, we gotta find a way to...
Go ahead. Struggle in vain. Once the last of you croaks...
Are you sure you're ready to leave, Cotton? You haven't changed your dressing today.
You can't cure my face. Just...
And what if I could?
Nice try. You're just trying to stall me. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to cure my face once I get out of here.
Oh, I doubt it. After all, Fontanians...
What the...
The key component of the face-changing potion is the fluid left behind by dissolved Fontanians. It might look like ordinary water, but it has some unique elements in it. Before the flood, all Fontanians were oceanids. The potion made from that fluid could dissolve and reconstruct the face of a Fontanian in much the same way as hydroidolins change form. Theoretically, it could give someone any appearance they wished. But since the flood, Fontanians have become true humans. They can no longer provide the source material for this potion.
Are you saying this potion is made from Fontanians dissolved with primordial seawater?
How could you know all of this? No, wait.
It also means that I have a formula you're unaware of.
I might get to make a deal today after all.
Oh, it's not a formula, but a finished product.
What?
When I tried Rawat's skincare product, I noticed it had a certain special component in it. So I had my friend... I'm guessing his skincare lotion contains the fruits of your joint
Huh. Impressive guesswork. But it only contains a tiny amount of the active ingredient. The effect is minuscule.
Well, I found a way to reverse the dilution process, giving the skincare lotion a similar effect to the...
That's impossible.
If I tell you some of the ingredients, I think you can figure it out. First, you need to combine tainted hydrophantasm tissue with...
Tainted hydrophantasms and transoceanic pearls.
So?
Sounds good to me. There's a delivery pipeline beneath this window.
Nope, not trusting you that easily. You're like those naughty kids who try to hide their illness. Open...
Even if you're not bluffing, your potion won't cure my face permanently. You really think you I'm not closing the valve this time.
Fine. Then I'll just stand here with the potion in my hand. And when I faint from the poison...
No.
It's open!
Disable that sluice gate! Jam it!
That's more like it.
Head nurse, there's too much poison gas in here. We have to leave.
May I present? That was too... Oh, don't be too quick to sit down. Moving around a little will... Same goes for you, Traveler. Flying fast is pretty tiring too, actually. Shame I ended up giving the improved version of... No, please don't. I'm a... Yeah.
Head nurse. It's a shame that we...
What a horrible bunch. No, we wouldn't. I always keep a whole bunch of antidotes on me for emergencies. And one of them neutralizes that poison gas. What? Then why did you give him the
If this is true, I must concur. If he changes his appearance and flees Fontaine...
No, you don't understand. I gave him the potion precisely so we could be sure we're...
What do you mean?
Oh, we gotta hurry. She won't last but...
Toto, mira, era ese pata.
Burn it down! Rise with the sun! Full throttle!
Don't move a muscle. I might be short, Captain. You're just in time. While I was lying in wait, I spotted this crook snooping around, trying to...
Oh. His face...
Are you... Potton? So this is where you were headed?
What?
This is how Potton looked before his face was marred. His current appearance matches the mugshot on his arrest warrant.
Wait, so what's going on? Wasn't the whole point of the potion to disguise himself and escape Fontaine? Why?
Enough of this nonsense. Let me in.
You better pipe down. There's an old lady in there.
To heck with it. Listen to me. I'm Rawat.
He's gotta be lying, right? Rawat was a victim in all this. He was
Forced against his will. Back when I was being coerced, everyone thought I was colluding of my own free will. And then when I actually became amazing what a difference a handsome face makes.
Save us the speech. Explain yourself.
You want an explanation? Fine. I'll tell it how it is. When I was just Potton, the whole world treated...
Ew. What do you want? Get away from me.
Women despise me.
Collaborate? You don't look like...
My peers scorned me.
Mr. Potton, was it? I'm most interested in your research. Consider my offer carefully. I doubt you'll find other investment.
Only villains would work with me.
You want out of the game? Forget about it. Turns out, I slipped up a little. Left your picture with some Marechaussee Phantom officers. So I suggest you put any thoughts of running away to rest. If you get caught by the guards for being in this...
There was no way out for me. Until I could...
Mr. Rawat,
I became popular, Raj. After all, this superficiality could be made to work in my favor. Or so I thought. But alas, the world seemed bent on... Mother, I'm back. How are you doing?
Ori.
I bought the best medicine Mora could buy, but nothing would cure her illness. In the end, I hoped she'd at least be able to see her son one last time before she passed, but when everyone else rejected me, the only person who cared about me was my mother.
I have to let her see me again. Even if it means donning my own... Well, is that enough explaining for you?
Have you ever considered if you'll even be you found a way to completely change your identity? You could...
Why would I want to give up on such a lucrative business?
So you kept being a villain just...
Villain? By what standard? Is doing evil deeds really what makes someone a villain in your eyes? Or does it all come down to the way they look? You have no right to judge me! You're all just fake people living in a hypocritical world! I regret...
You're a villain. Honestly, I don't see a villain when I look at your current face either.
Don't humor me. You don't seem surprised by my confession in the least.
I didn't know anything for sure until you chose to take that potion bottle and spare our lives. But if you're asking when I started suspecting you, I had to confirm my suspicions. That's why I chose to join this.
Are you kidding me? A young, promising researcher and a wretched criminal? What on earth gave you the...
Well, there were no visual clues. This potion's face-changing effects are... But I believe I understand humanity a little better than most of my kind. Humans have certain fundamental qualities that do not change...
Fundamental qualities, huh? So you think most people probably don't know this, but I think I can guess what your deal is. Melazine, you used it yourself, didn't you? That's why you have a human appearance.
Seedween? Yes, you're right.
I'll bet it was back in the days when Melazines were discriminated against because of their appearance. It was either carry on living in the gutters as part of an alien race cast out by humanity, or become the head nurse of the fort. So you see...
That's not important right now. You came here to see your mother, didn't you? Well, I can grant you your wish.
Huh?
A head nurse. I'm not sure...
Don't worry. Back in the warehouse when I traded the potion for our lives, he was willing to risk sacrificing his only chance of escaping capture by opening the gate in exchange for the potion. Also, he could...
I see.
So before you arrest him, please allow him to see his mother...
All right.
Mom? It's me, Potton, your son. You recognize me now, don't you? Mom!
I'm sorry, but I have some bad news.
What?
Your appearance no longer has any bearing on her ability to recognize you.
No, it can't be. Please, Mom, open your eyes. I've done so much to get to this point. Please. No.
The temperature of his palm must have changed. I'm sorry. It seems I couldn't bring him back to you after all. It's you? Of course.
Mom! Why would...
No more questions, Potton.
Mom!
I'm sorry to say this, Potton, but...
The wait is over, everyone! The sale of our new skincare product, Romaritime Essence, will now begin.
Another skincare promotion! Oh, Seedween's here too! Hey, Seedween! Oh, Traveler, of course! Nurse's orders, right? Actually, I'm mostly here to help. Ah, that reminds Paimon. That stuff sold like Nope, there's nothing to worry about. Unless modified, butterfly dew is an... Besides, officers have already retrieved all butterfly dew after consulting Monsieur Nervulette. I came up with a way to neutralize any harmful effects. So it'll evaporate naturally, without... Wow,
Thank you for serving as our consultant, head nurse.
Great! Good job,
Also, you mentioned you wanted a copy of Rawat's interrogation records. Well, technically, Potten's records. Anyway, after he saw his mother for the last time, it was like all his mental defenses came crashing down. He put up no Apparently, the formula was something he discovered by chance, while helping the criminal gang produce synth. Later, their supplier was Vache. But you could also argue that they were the ones doing him a It made for a seamless collaboration.
Vache again, huh? Is there still no end to the...
Make no mistake. The crimes of Vache and his accomplices, since the flood cut off their supply of primordial seawater, they've been forced after receiving numerous reports. We were able to...
That sounds more like it!
Based on what he told us in his confession, we pretty much had him backed into a corner. He tried to throw us off his tail by reporting his accomplices, giving him enough time to transform back into Potten and see his mother But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Even though Potten had been missing for a long time, we were very much still on the lookout for him.
So he tried this once before, huh? Guess he really did want his mother to see him again. Looking at the interrogation records, it seems like he spent the first sum of money he earned as Rawat on his mother's treatment.
Yes, which is why I suspect that his initial motive for using the potion was not personal greed, but a desire to become somebody who had the power to save her. Even so, he went too far.
I understand. Why did you want them anyway? Potten was one of my patients, so I need to put together a medical file for him. My teacher always... Why are you still treating him like your patient? Isn't he kind of beyond... That may be true, but a patient is a patient, regardless of the choice...
One last thing, head nurse. Please keep everything you know about this potion a secret. It would be for the best if most of Fontaine knows nothing of its existence.
Of course.
Thank you for understanding.
So, Seedween, did you really use that potion yourself? Why do you sound so surprised, Paimon? I told you all about... You mean that story about the... Yes, but... I know. There are some secrets I can't tell anyone about. But considering everything we've been through... Before I tell you, though, could you follow me? Of course!
Burn it down! Rev the engines!
Oh, Nervalette and Risley, they're here.
Good to see you, Traveler. Paimon. I trust all has been...
Big news, everyone.
Is that genuinely something people would consider...
Why wouldn't they? Important business.
Ah, yes, you're quite right. When someone you care about require... After reading the Maréchal Phantom's...
Take note. That, my friends, is how Monsieur Nervulette shows that he cares. We're both here for the same purpose, actually.
So the old friend she mentioned was her teacher? Oh, sorry. Paimon didn't mean to be rude. It's only because Seedween called...
I doubt she considers that title to be offensive, Paimon. Don't worry.
Indeed. In fact, I believe Seedween would take it as a sign of affection. She has spoken of this doctor. In those days, many people harbored prejudices against Melusines. She was the...
Wow. It's really nice of you two to be here for Seedween.
Younger colleague. Well, that might be true for the Udex, but I'm not sure I can say the same. Sigewinne served a sentence in the fortress of Meripede hundreds of years ago, and after she did her time, she decided to stick around. Strictly speaking, the head nurse has been around longer than most people in the fortress, myself included.
She served a sentence?
Yes. Long before I became Udex, there was an ancient law in Fontaine that prohibited any attempt to transform another species into a human. Initially, I and most researchers believed this law to have been imposed due to ethical concerns. But now, it seems more likely that the law was nothing more than an insurance policy. A way for Egeria to ensure that her people would...
Ignorance is bliss, as they say.
Sigewinne had her reasons for choosing to obtain a human form, but the act was not...
Could you tell us a little bit more about what happened back...
Certainly. Sigewinne does not object to her close friends learning about her history.
Even with their daughter so ill, they kicked you out? Stubborn as always. And prejudice isn't a disease I can cure either. Shame that I don't have the energy to get over there. You're laughable, you old...
Master...
I discovered a strange disease. One I suspect that every Fontanian suffers. I had no choice but to experiment on myself to find a cure. But I hit a wall.
Then I'll find a cure for you, and then you can go cure her.
There's no need.
But, Master...
As I said before, a doctor's duty is to treat...
I know, but they don't...
That girl...
I'll do whatever it takes.
Even if it means breaking the law.
As long as I don't hurt anyone.
Then I shall make one more final gamble. And see my experiment. If I am able to work this miracle, then I will have found a way. If not, then it means there is one. I will leave you a parting gift. An accidental discovery happened.
When Sigewinne returned, the miracle had not occurred. She found a potion bottle and a note on the table. After using the potion as instructed, she gave... And after I had confirmed the veracity of the events...
So that's what happened.
I fear Sigewinne only understood the full story after the truth about the dissolution of... When I reflected on all this with that knowledge in hand, I felt a deep sense of regret. As I used the law to uphold justice, after the final details of the events surrounding Sigewinne's transformation came to light, I checked several sources and, thankfully, the legal code does not require Sigewinne to...
Wonder how she...
Since she invited you here, I imagine she intends to speak of these matters with you.
You're here. The old friend I mentioned was my teacher. With Sigewinne, the witch who gave you the magic potion, she was your... Sounds like Monsieur Nervilla. After learning the truth, it must have been hard to... Well, to be honest, after I realized what really happened, she was planning to send... That's just who she was. If lying is what it took to get a kid to take their medicine, then that's what she'd do. Alright, but what? I broke the law. Simple as that. My teacher made her choice. True. It's just... the way Potton framed... You're not like him at all, and everything Nervalette said confirms that. And yet, you were still convicted and thrown in prison. Unfair? I happen to think just the opposite. If I hadn't served that time... Well, what makes you say that? I knew you'd be curious. The verdict came down. This Melusine is guilty. The Udex defended the authority of Fontaine law, but he did not confiscate the Melusine's medical kit. And so, the Fortress of Meripede gained a new little doctor. She still wore her hood and raincoat, even though it never rained in the fortress. Perhaps thanks to her human appearance, no one refused her treatment. She treated more and more patients, and her sentence grew ever shorter. Finally, the people of the fortress could not live without her, and though her sentence ended, she did not leave them either. Then one day, she received an invitation from the outside world. The location seemed familiar, and when she arrived, an old lady was waiting for her. She saw right through the Melizine's disguise, but didn't reveal it. Instead, she asked a question.
Tell me, why do you think you gained the respect of so many people, despite being a Melizine?
Because I look like a human?
It's been 50 years, Sijuin, and you haven't aged a day. I think everyone knows you are not human. I finally found you, after all these years. I still remember, you know. It was you who saved me that night.
But how? I was no longer a Melizine by then.
Does it really matter if you're human or Melizine? I remember the warmth of your palm. It's quite unmistakable. And you know what? It hasn't changed one bit. You don't have to hide anymore, Sijuin. These days, everyone wants to make friends with Melizines. And I think that it's all because of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say this until now, but thank you, Dr. Melizine.
Now that's an ending, Paimon. After hearing everything Paten said, I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter who he looked like on the outside. I tried to treat him, but the roots of his problem had nothing to do with his face. I understand. Thanks you to— Oh, it's nothing. Oh, there's one more reason I invited you here. In order to restore the appearances of the face-swapping victims, the Marechaussee Phantom gave me special permission to make a few bottles of that— we don't need it, though. Well, even if you chose to destroy it, I still thought I should give it to you first. Well, fair enough, but still. If this is the very last bottle in all of Teyvat, getting rid of it would feel like kind of a— Melizine physiology wasn't affected by the Great Flood, right? So that means the potion should have a permanent effect on you. In that case, what do you say, Sijuin? Ever thought about after all, from a Melizine point of view, Paimon bets Melizines look the cutest of all. Paimon, after everything, do you really think it matters? What was Paimon thinking? You made up your mind a long— Leave it to me.
What?
Light it up! Full throttle!
I thought I told him to spray it with water to retain moisture. You can't treat a glazed lily.
Hey, Tainari!
Oh.
We didn't have anything to do.
Well, Port Ormos, the exhibition, and even so. And
Oh!
not this time, no.
Mr. Tainari! Sanjay! He can...
Apologies, Traveler, Paimon. Looks like I've got...
Tainari's busy no matter where he is, huh? Yeah, seems like it. Hey, don't look at Paimon like that! Well, looks like Tainari might be busy for a while. Wow, look at these flowers! They smell so...
Huh?
Paimon's... 5 sisters
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilia's? No wonder.
It's getting worse.
A moment of your time, you two? If it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could try this incense.
Incense? Oh, the scent is... Oh, that was fast. Paimon doesn't have to sneak.
Think nothing of it. From your attire, I imagine you, seeing as we're both travelers from abroad, it's only right that we help each...
Oh, so you're here for the flower exhibition too?
I suppose that's accurate. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Emily, a perfumer from Fontaine.
Paimon is Paimon.
The traveler, right? I've heard a lot about you from the Steambird. It's nice to finally put a face to the...
What happened back there? Why did Paimon...
Have you ever heard of hay fever? To put it simply, when inhaled, certain...
But Paimon has seen these kinds of flowers before.
Well, we're all different. The factors that can trigger a reaction to certain stimuli vary by person. In isolation, the effects of certain pollens may seem minimal, but there's no need to worry. Pollen allergies can be effectively...
Oh, well, that's good.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. I left in such a hurry, I forgot to warn you about all the pollen in the air. Emily? Ah, what a coincidence.
It was nothing, really. We happened to run into each other shortly after. I'm more curious as to why you thought the Traveler and Paimon were in danger. Allergies are highly unpredictable.
Remember the first time we met? You fainted after inhaling Spirit Borneal.
The Spirit Borneal didn't...
It's not really something you can make sense out of, Paimon. There are all kinds of allergies out there, caused by a variety of different factors.
Exactly. I even encountered a case in Fontaine where someone had an allergic reaction to soba noodles their family brought back from Inazuma.
Whoa. Good thing Paimon isn't allergic to anything to...
In a manner of speaking, although you could say that...
In addition to medicine, Emily is also very knowledgeable about botany. She's taught me a lot about the native...
And that's where my expertise ends, I'm afraid. When it comes to breadth of knowledge, Tainari certainly comes...
A flower expert? Oh, Paimon's got it! You must be the expert Tainari man.
Wrong again.
Well, I did come for the exhibition, but only to inquire about the Auguste, right?
Oh, Paimon was sure she got it right this time.
It's a kind of flower that was once popular in Fontaine. The perfume made...
Auguste, huh?
In an ancient language, the word is said to mean sacred or noble. It's sometimes used as a name for... Ah, that reminds me. Are you familiar with a historical event in Fontaine? Perfumania was an event that occurred in Fontaine nearly 20 years. It all started when several merchants released their own lines of high-end, expensive perfumes. No one anticipated the absolute frenzy this would create on the market. The demand was twofold. What some saw as a status symbol, most saw as a money-making opportunity.
You could take it. The value of these products became so inflated, regular bottles of perfume were even going for hundreds. But at the end of the day, perfume is just perfume. The market value greatly exceeded the intrinsic worth of the product, creating an economic... Luckily, the Palais Mermonia recognized the danger and intervened before the craze could truly spread. In the end, only a few wealthy families were affected when the bubble popped.
What does all this have to do with that?
Well, during the craze, the most popular perfume was none other than Auguste. The demand far exceeded...
10 million? Then what about now?
After the mania ended, most perfumes returned to a normal price. Its namesake, the flower used to create it, went extinct. As a result, no new bottles of Auguste have been made. Indeed, the Auguste flower was not a natural variety, you see. It was specially... When the bubble popped, all the flower beds used for its cultivation were destroyed.
But didn't you say you came to...
Ah, yes. I came to investigate a certain rumor that the Auguste flower has...
Traveler, we should help Emily look for it.
I have to agree. Emily wrote me to ask if I could look into the rumor, but the forest rangers haven't...
Even if I can locate the flower, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Paimon. I don't... Divine, noble, one of a kind. All beautiful sentiments, to be sure. But when it comes to perfume, I want people to forget the price and the prestige.
Wow, so...
Of course, there's also a more practical reason. In recent years, low-grade counterfeit versions of Auguste have been popping up on the Fontaine perfume market. Every so often, someone will claim to have recreated the unique scent of Auguste, and the rumor mill will start comparing the counterfeits to my own work.
Okay, that's more like the reason I'm unhappy.
Ever since that rumor started, 3 new perfumes claiming to... If I can dispel the fanaticism surrounding Auguste, even just by proving the rumor to be false, Fontaine's perfume market can finally start to get back to normal. Then I'll be free from all the stories and added meaning and just focus on making what I like.
That makes sense.
Oh, I would of course be grateful for your help, but
Well, you said it yourself. We're both travelers from abroad, so...
I suppose you're right. Then you have my thanks.
Based on the information I have so far, it's unclear if the rumor is true. Mr. Edgar also thinks it's too early to say, but you could always go talk to him. He was there all those years ago, after all. Maybe he'll know something.
I was just...
Edgar?
The person you've been trying to guess this whole time. The flower expert in charge of the exhibition. He's also the most respected and experienced perfumer in the area. Back when he was still working...
I should also mention...
So, this guy was a famous perfumer in
It's a long story. If you're interested, we can talk more about...
Oh, look at all the flowers!
Apparently, the exhibitor paid a large sum to rent out the hotel and...
Yeah, what if guests come early? They won't have anywhere to stay. Also, renting out this big of a hotel, how are they gonna make that more of that?
It's been so long, I almost didn't
Well, you and your brother have...
Oh, yeah, okay. All this catching up is nice and all, but let's get down to bit.
Hold on. We have guests.
It's nice to see you again, Master.
Emily? Is that you? Oh, it's been years. I've heard you've become quite the famous perfumer in Fontaine.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to your mentorship.
Ah, hardly. I taught you the basics. Here, I've taught many students here in Sumeru over the years, but I've yet to see one turn out quite... And who are these two?
Ah, they're my new friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
Emily's friend.
And these two gentlemen?
Of course. We're perfume merchants from... I'm Ood, and this here is my younger brother, Blaze.
Yes.
Merchant brothers?
You must be here to look for the August flower then.
Huh? Well, what respectable perfume merchant hasn't heard of a goose?
I'm guessing you're here for the same reason, Emily. I commissioned a few eremites to do some scouting for me. That being said, there are people in Port Ormos. Some of them were merchants who lived in Fontaine 20 years ago.
Maybe someone around here just happens to have...
No, I don't think so. I doubt that's the case. Even if someone had a bottle that was never opened, the fragrance of the perfume would have changed over time. Auguste is even more prone to that, although...
Impossible! If a goose were that easy to replicate, it would never have sold for such a high price all those years ago.
Technically speaking, the scent...
Well, let's table that question for now. Edgar, did any of those people mention where the scent was coming?
No. By the time they realized they had smelled something, the scent was already gone. If I hadn't... Compared to things we see and hear, smells can be much easier to overlook.
It almost sounds like someone wearing the Auguste fragrance.
Wait, are you saying...
Just thinking out.
We don't have much to go off of right now, but we can't rule out that you all traveled so far to be here.
Ooh, you've got the keys to the rooms? Do we get...
My apologies. All the rooms in the hotel are accounted for, I'm afraid. I managed to tidy up one of the rooms for these two at the last minute. But by the time Emily wrote to me, there was...
Oh, and we just showed up out of the blue.
I should have been more considerate.
Don't worry, Master. I can sleep on the boat tonight. Or I could even camp in the wild. It would give me the opportunity to collect some plant even better. Although, would it be possible for me to leave some of my luggage here?
Well...
Of course, no trouble at all. My brother...
All right, then. Ood, why don't you I'll prepare some
Whoa, the smell of flowers is so strong. Didn't Edgar say Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers?
No, that's we work closely with the essential oils of...
Oh, guess there's just too much to store for the exhibition then.
Oh, this room seems to be Blaze while you're out.
Yes.
All right then. Where can we...
It's still at the port. In addition to some daily necessities, there's also a case of amber wine that I brought back from... Could I trouble you to bring that back as well?
How generous.
Is that so? Mr. Ood, Mr. Blake...
Hey!
What are you doing?
That's Master's voice.
Edgar!
Master!
Hey, Edgar!
Kyria.
Hey, Edgar?
No, don't shake him. He's injured. Just leave him to me. You two can... Oh, thank you.
That strange smell around here. Is it coming from this bottle? Oh, really? Do you think whoever did this was hiding?
I checked. It does. Oh, but that's impossible. The culprit, I mean. It's not like the culprit.
Well, we looked up.
The most important thing we can do now is focus our efforts on treating...
So, how's he doing?
When I administered emergency treatment, he's still unconscious and inducing vomit. Ah, yes. But first, Mr. Sylvain, Mr. Lucien...
Wait, hey! Were you talking to us, mademoiselle?
Before arriving in Sumeru, I asked a friend from the Special Patrol to look into the creators of Auguste. There were 4 people in total. The perfumer, Edgar, the one thrust into the limelight, and 3 others. A researcher from Sumeru responsible for cultivating the Auguste flower, and the 2 brothers capitalized on the mythos surrounding Auguste. Their actions lured in the end, they were sent to the Fortress of Meripede for falsifying their accounts and destabilizing the market. If you do the math, they should...
And what does that have to do with us? There are countless merchant families in Fontaine.
Every time your brother called you Blaze, it took you several seconds to respond. But when I called you Lucien just now, the name registered immediately.
Miss Emily, out of respect for your position as you have a bright future ahead of you. You wouldn't want to develop a reputation.
You claim to be regular perfume merchants, and yet, when I brought up amber wine, you took it to be alcohol.
What?
Amber wine is a perfume I created several years ago. It wasn't particularly renowned unless, until recently, they were living somewhere completely cut off from the perfume world.
Emily, you little...
Don't misunderstand, Mr. Sylvain. I don't bring this up to criticize you. No matter what happened all those years ago, the court has already passed its judgment. But Master's life is in danger. We need to learn whatever we can. If Master's attack had something to do with Auguste, I'd like to trouble you for some information.
Fine.
Sylvain!
Lucien, if this will help us find Kyria, then it will be all worth it. Besides, we've already... You were right, Miss Emily. There were 4 of us at the beginning. Myself, Lucien, Ed. Sometime down the road, the Marechaussee Phantom came knocking.
Sounds like he's still upset about that. Wait, then how did Edgar end up in...
Master was convicted as an accomplice, so he only had to serve a few years. He decided to move to Sumeru, so still. Master was depressed for a long time after. That's how I met him. But we can talk about that some other time. I want to hear more about this researcher.
Like us, Vijava was also... But before the Phantom showed up at her door, she set all the flower beds on fire, along with much...
But destroying all that evidence, wouldn't...
It didn't matter at that point, because she died in the fire as well.
What?
Sounds like you did an investigation of your own. Why even ask us if you knew all of this?
The name wasn't mentioned in any of the files I reviewed either.
Kiria was Vijava's younger brother. He was just a clueless kid back then. Somewhere in his teens, I think. Vijava kept him close most of the time. After our operation was compromised, he disappeared. There were no signs of him until recently, when people started saying...
So, you think Kiria took something with him back then?
Vijava doted on the kid like you wouldn't believe. She even told us to give her cut to her brother if anything happened to her. If she left something behind before she died...
And judging by the liquid in that bottle, the Auguste flower wasn't the only thing he reproduced. He managed to...
So the liquid Edgar was forced to ingest really was
Poison? No. Of course not. No perfume is meant to be ingested. Even if Auguste could be considered a poison, we wouldn't have even... He probably thought we had something to do with his sister's death. But to tell you, we're not looking for Kiria because we have it out for him. We only went to prison for a bit of fraud, and as long as we keep things honest this time around, bringing the product back to market would almost be like honoring his sister's memory.
So that's why you never...
Yes, exactly.
Anyway, that's all we know. If you're looking for information on what's in Auguste, or what to do if you ingest it...
Well, at least we're able to say for certain that the substance Edgar ingested was in fact Auguste. That gives us a direction for further testing.
Well, glad to hear. Lucian, let's head back to the room and rest a bit. With everything that's
Yes.
You think so too? But based on Sylvain's tone of...
The way you exposed them like that? Oh, right! Earlier you said you were...
Oh yes, that's because most of the patients I encounter are already dead.
So you're a forensic doc?
Close. I'm actually a forensic cleaner. Once the forensic team and the Marochisei Phantom are done collecting evidence from the scene, I'm in charge of... In fact, with just a small alteration to the formula, the same tincture used at... Basically, there are two sides to forensics. Those who collect evidence to expose the truth, and I've learned a lot in my line of work, and I've witnessed a lot of death. But this time, we may still save the patient. Actually, Traveler, could I trouble you to report back to Tainari? I'll stay here and continue to look...
Light it up!
Whoa, why the rush? Did some...
What?
Edgar was he's the most famous...
Sheriff, have you received any reports of...
No. I'll start gathering my forces. We won't let him get away.
What about you, Tainari?
I'm sure the sheriff... Then she was far, not to mention the fact, as for me...
Oh, that's right!
From Emily's letter, certainly. I didn't have time to... I have friends in Su... I'll leave you and Emily...
Well, it's been a day. Wonder if Tainari's discovered anything. But... Emily!
No longer in critical condition, thankfully. He's still very... My chemical analysis of a goose also went smoothly, although it's certainly I was able to identify the components that give the substance its
elemental energy?
Hard to say. It was such a minute amount, proportionally speaking. Like mixing a single... I had to use one of the new... Unless you were abnormally sensitive to elemental energy, I doubt it would have any effect. As for whether Masters...
Oh, that reminds Paimon. Did Tainari...
I received a
Oh, Paimon thought he might... excuse me? Is Miss Emily here? Oh, perfect! Familiar faces! Travel...
Kale. Oh, of course. Tainari's apprentice. He's mentioned you many times. And please, no need for formalities. Emily is...
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you too, Miss, Emily. Did Tainari send you here, Yep. Master and the others went through decades worth of records last night, and still haven't had a chance to... Anyway, based on what they've reviewed so far, they believe there's no indication that a researcher by the name of... Master considered that possibility as well. But the name wasn't the only dead end. How is that possible?
It's starting to seem very likely. If we want to figure out her true...
Hey! Lucian!
It's Sylvain! Wait, you don't think Curio came back, do...
That seems impossible. If someone came in or out of the hotel just now... It's locked?
There's no one here.
Lucian! Lucian!
That's Sylvain's voice! Hurry, let's check next...
Lucian! Lucian! Come on! Emily, Emily! My brother, he's gonna be okay, right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvain.
No, no, that's not... That's...
Traveler, Kale, Mr. Sylvain has gone through a huge... He needs some space to calm down. Could one of you take him next door? It's not good...
Of course. Leave it to me.
Thank you both.
Uy, ¿desde cuándo pasamos de
Mr.
simples
Sylvain,
ataques a asesinatos,
let's
güey?
get you up. Here, take my hand. Nice and slow. We'll take things from here. Just focus on getting some rest. Here, this way.
Espera. Estos desgraciados son puros actores.
Poor guy. He's like a shell of his... He may have made some bad decisions.
Good person or bad, the death of a loved one is equally painful. All the moments he shared with his brother, every hardship and triumph they endured together.
If Kyria really was behind this, then what?
Lucian can no longer speak, but the traces left behind by his death. Traveler, I've got things covered here.
Who would have thought? Yesterday's case is still up in the air. Miss Emily, I heard you're an experienced forensic doctor.
Oh, I'm not actually a forensic doctor. I just happen to have some relevant knowledge. I did take a look, though. Judging by the temperature and rigidity of the body, it appears the time of death was some...
Then, would you mind helping us investigate? Before he left.
Of course, I appreciate your trust. Many of the traces left behind at the scene will fade with time.
We'll help too. We don't... And the windows are shut tight too. Seems like... Well, looks like we've investigated as much as we can. Let's go...
So, did you find anything?
Paimon can show you. Here, it'd be something like this.
But entering through the room next door without alerting Sylvain... Wait.
No, his reaction to the loss of his brother...
Then what could have happened last night? I know Sylvain...
I agree. Also, I've made some...
Esto es por la alergia.
Mr. Sylvain, I need you to tell me everything you...
After Kyria attacked Edgar, we returned to our rooms and decided to lock all the doors. The only door we kept unlocked was the one connecting our room. But I didn't hear any sort of commotion last night. Not a single noise!
So, no movement from the room next door. No signs of a struggle at the scene. And no...
I did notice a few things about the body. Lucian's pupils were dilated, and his skin was flushed. There weren't any traces of liquid in his mouth or nose, so it's unlikely he was forced to ingest anything. The more plausible explanation is that he...
A goose? No, that's not possible. Inhaling a goose won't kill you. No. Emily, you ran your tests, didn't you?
No. I didn't find any common toxins.
Huh. See? A goose is harmless.
That may be true for most people.
Master!
Edgar?
Thanks to Sylvain. No matter how hard you may try to hide it, the truth will...
Edgar!
Even if we could keep it a secret for another 10 or 20... No. He would never give up. Not if he's doing all... That's Vijava's real name. Yelena wasn't a scholar from Sumeru. She...
The Fatus?
The Fatui. Well, that means the elemental energy present in Auguste was...
Ah, so you've already detected it. Well, Sylvain...
Oh.
The Auguste flower was created with the mutative and distorting...
A delusion?
The Fatui Delusions. I never would have thought of...
Born of a delusion, Auguste contained distorted elemental energy. A prolonged exposure...
That's enough, Edgar. At first, Yelena wanted to keep refining the perfume and the flower. It didn't have any effect on ordinary people anyway. Every day we postponed going to market.
So you decided poisoning people was worth the risk?
Listen, it's not like it was good for business. But all that talk about Auguste being harmful over time... Yelena was just speculating. Unless you were particularly sensitive to elemental energy or had an entire bottle shoved down your...
It may be true there are no records of Auguste poisoning in Fontaine, but even if no one was acutely poisoned, willfully bringing a product to market despite explicit knowledge of its harmful effects is still a serious crime. That explains why you were so intent on keeping Yelena and Kyria's involvement a secret all this time, despite readily confessing to all the Fatui, delusions, Auguste. If the Marechaussee Phantom discovered the connection between the...
Ha! If I'd known coming to Sumeru would put a target on my back, I would have been more than happy. All these years without any sign of Kyria, and he pops up out of nowhere. Auguste was harmless before. The fact that it's killing people all of...
So there's bad blood between you.
What about Yelena's death? Was that a cover-up too? A way to destroy...
I'll admit, we thought about it at one point. We took care to disguise the products circulating on the market, and no one was but. If the Marechaussee Phantom decided to look in before we could even put our plan in motion, Yelena beat us to it.
But if her goal was to destroy evidence, there would have been... Yeah, she could have just burned the flower bed.
I thought about it for a long time, but it wasn't until everything she did. It was for her brother. One of the reasons they defected from the Fatui was the deterioration of Yelena's body, due to her excessive use of a delusion. She didn't want her brother to fall. After arriving in Fontaine, Yelena continued using the delusion to cultivate the...
So she couldn't flee with her brother because she was afraid of holding...
If her true identity was exposed, she and her... The Auguste flower and Yelena's own corroded body. So, in the end, she burnt it all to ash, including herself. With all the...
So the wealth you earned from Auguste, it wasn't destroyed in the fire. Yelena gave it to her...
Most likely. Before Yelena died, she said if anything happened to her, she was going to leave everything to her. That's why Lucien and I were searching for Kyria, to take back Armora and the Auguste flower. It just didn't...
But why is Kyria out for revenge anyway? Doesn't he...
I don't think he knew his sister was nearing death. Yelena always wore heavy makeup around him to conceal her deteriorating appearance.
Then all we'll need to do is tell Kyria what real... I'm not so sure. Even if he knew the truth, he'd still find someone to blame. He might think Yelena was forced into you. It's hard to pull yourself out of that kind of hatred. Especially when you...
Very true. Even if Yelena's death was her own choice,
Edgar!
Think about it, Sylvain. If we hadn't been in such a hurry to capitalize on the perfume mania all those years ago, if we hadn't been so blinded by greed, so insistent on increasing the scale of the flower if we hadn't invited the Marechaussee Phantom to our doorstep by...
She knew her limits. She knew her days were numbered. Maybe it was we were just trying to earn a bit of moral. And what, we deserve to die for that? Target me for being the mastermind, sure. Lucien's crime. Was it really so extreme that he had to pay? Fine. I've said my piece.
3 people from Fontaine, 1 from Snezhnaya. Well, we can only wait until the Academia sends someone to deal with it. I'm guessing we'll have to contact Fontaine as well. With the exhibition, we don't even have space in Port Ormos to detain anyone.
The hotel could suffice. You could stay, although with Sylvain's mental state and my physical one, I don't think you need to worry about...
Mr. Edgar, are you saying...
If Sylvain is to stand trial, then I deserve the same fate. I'd just like to take care of a few things before I go. Say goodbye. As for Sylvain, would you be willing to grant?
Well, all right. The man we grew to know in Sumeru proved himself to be a good...
You have my thanks, Sheriff.
Happen tonight? Oh.
Yeah, all we know is that he uses a goose to poison people. But we still have no idea how to... If he targets Sylvain or Edgar again, we might not be able to stop him.
That may be true. But what if we can take advantage of his If we take advantage of this situation and lure him in...
Master, no. That's too...
So, if Kyria learns we're being taken away tomorrow, is that... In other words, you want to use us...
Capture? Not necessarily.
Afraid? This is my... I'm spending the rest of my life in prison anyway. I can't just sit back and let him ride off into the sunset. As for the danger...
I'll admit, it could work. We just need to spread the word that Edgar and Sylvain are leaving tomorrow. Then I'll station some of my men around the hotel. If we have your assistance as well.
I still have some reservations. But if you insist on carrying out this plan, I won't deny you my help.
I'll also keep watch.
Although, I think Sylvain and myself should remain alone in our... If Kyria noticed another person in the room, he might decide to turn back.
You mean if he doesn't see you?
If that were to happen, everyone's standing guard.
That's why everyone else needs to keep to the shadows.
You're still recovering. You need to rest.
All right, we can figure out...
Have you heard? Mr. Edgar's been detained. He's being
What? He's the one who helped Crop.
He taught my child how to make perfume. How could the...
He hasn't been convicted yet.
Oh, everyone. Let's head back to the hotel and take a break.
Burn it down! Try and stop me! Rise with the sun!
Emily, Sheriff Xian wants to talk to you and the Traveler about our plans for the Night Watch.
Thank you, Kale. But first, here. I prepared a kind of herbal tea that helps calm the spirit. Why don't you have some?
Oh, that's...
Oh, it's not good to be so tense, especially when we've got a long night ahead of us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I couldn't help but notice that something seems to be on your mind.
Was
You seem very preoccupied with Kiria's revenge. If there's...
Oh, Hey, Emily, Kale. Oh, are we interrupting something? No, not at all. This will be easier to talk through with you here anyway. I've just been thinking. There was just a single when I accompanied maybe Kiria did that on purpose. Maybe he wanted Sylvain to so did he attack Edgar?
Based on what we've heard about
Losing his sister all those... Whenever I get to thinking like that, I just can't... I'm sorry.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're feeling. In all my years of cleaning up crime scenes, some of them even try to stop me, begging me not to erase the last remnants of their loved ones. But getting swept up in those emotions will corrupt your judgment.
Ciertamente.
Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally. So while you hold on to that sense of empathy, do Sylvain and Lucien really deserve to die? How much did they truly know about the Fatu? Answering those questions requires a lot of time and evidence, while a single act of vengeance can put those... I've witnessed a lot of deaths in Fontaine. When someone... But generally speaking, death...
Once you're consumed by hatred, it will become next to impossible to think of...
You're right. The fact that we can approach... But that also... I understand Kiria's decision, but I still want to stop him. Master Sylvain...
Emily, Traveler. Huh? Edgar.
Oh, it's you two! Didn't you head back to your room to rest, Edgar? Is it really okay?
A little exercise. Besides, I don't have much time left in Sumeru.
We could do that for you, Master.
No need. I've grown attached to these flowers. I would imagine Sheriff Sham is here for a...
The Night Watch! You mentioned earlier...
That's right. I've stationed some of my men around the surrounding area, but... Exactly. After some discussion, we concluded that Sylvain and Emily's expertise is sure to come in handy in a pinch.
Sounds perfectly...
Not a peep. Has Kiria given up on his revenge? Still nothing unusual. Paimon took a peek into the room next door and Sylvain's already sleeping.
Perhaps Kiria's... No, that can't be right. If all he wanted was for Sylvain to be convicted for his true crimes, he could have tipped off the Marechaussee Phantom years ago. There must be something we're missing.
Maybe we just need to calm down a little. How about some tea? That herbal blend from earlier was pretty... You're right. Maybe we can look for a different distraction then. Oh, there's a glaze lily here. Paimon didn't notice it earlier.
flowers, glaze Oh no! Sylvain's room! Quick!
Wait, what?
Hey.
It was the older of the merchant brothers.
Yeah, I think his name was Sylvain.
First it was Mr. Edgar, then that merchant.
Listen up, everyone. This is an act of crime.
It's been 3 days and they haven't even.
Do you think it could be the work of an... I mean, how do you get away with something like...
Keep it moving, everyone. Nope.
I suppose.
You don't know that. Kyria already attacked you once.
You were the only reason I managed to
Even if I wasn't there, Tainari was...
Is that so? I have exceptional students, caring friends, but Kyria has nothing. It really makes you...
If you really want an answer, I suppose you'll have to ask Kyria himself.
Well, Emily, but so many flowers were transported here for the show. Whether Kyria gets to me first, or I'm sent. I know it's a lot.
Of course, Master.
Really? Now
Sheriff Sham still has some questions.
Go ahead. Best not to keep him waiting.
I'm sorry, Master.
Kyria.
Another all-nighter. Paimon sure hopes Emily's Emily still isn't back. I hope she didn't run into any trouble. Yeah, that's...
Traveler, I had my men start spreading the information you requested. After listening to Emily's plan, to be honest, I'm still not sure how the crime was committed.
The key clue was right in front of us the entire time. Let's go. We'll show you where the cook...
The Glazed Lily, huh? I think I've heard of it before. It's a
Well, did you know it only blooms at night?
Emily, you're back!
Exactly.
A flower that only blooms at night.
Exactly. Although the Neelop Palilotus, that's why Kyria chose the Glaze Lily as his mechanism.
If applied to the outside, you would still be able to smell a ghost even in the daytime. If applied to the outside, if poured into the flower pot, the liquid would seep into the soil. There's a sticky substance on the edge of the flower petals. It's one I recognize. If you stick the petals together with slime condensate, then in the daytime, the glazed lily would act... That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound...
That's right! He applied a diluted form of... That way, the Agoost would remain trapped inside during the daytime. However, the diluted slime condensate wouldn't be viscous enough to prevent the petals of the glaze lily from opening it.
And Kyria could execute his revenge without having to step foot.
By the next morning, the sample of Agoost would have nearly fully evaporated. The glaze...
Wait a second. You're telling me this version of a goose is so toxic, inhaling the minute amount trapped inside a flower? And how did Edgar even survive ingesting a whole bottle of this?
That's because Agoost is just as dangerous now as it was all those years ago. The level of toxicity...
You mean people who are sensitive to elemental energy. That can't be right. They were involved in the operation all those years.
I wouldn't use the word allergic necessarily. It's more like they're susceptible. You can think of it this way. It's not that Sylvain and Lucian are innately sensitive to elemental energy.
In Fontaine, I experienced how drinking primordial seawater made me more attuned. That doesn't sound right. All kinds of essential oils commonly found in alchemical products can temporarily increase elemental affinity. The incense I smelled earlier seemed familiar. Thinking back on it, I'm almost certain it was the... In Sumeru, scholars use spirit borneal to aid meditation and
alchemically produced essential oils, the primordial seawater that caused unrest in Fontaine not too long ago.
That stuff gave us a lot of trouble when we first came. Ah, yes.
In Sumeru, it's not uncommon to...
Flowers were pretty important to this plan, huh? The glazed lily is native to Liyue.
Actually, it's not a coincidence at all.
No wonder he was willing to pay a small fortune to rent out the hotel. He probably used the Mora Yelena left him, don't you think? That money was supposed to sit but in the end, it was just a tool.
There's a saying among forensic doctors in Fontaine. Every step you take, but up until this point, we haven't been able to detect any trace of Kyria's activities. But because he's been disguised as someone else, this...
Creating such an intricate mechanism out of a glazed lily, setting up, it all points to one person. The Mora spent to rent out the hotel, the way the Auguste, it all points to one person. Kyria and Edgar?
But Kyria was only in his teens back then. He wouldn't even... Edgar's lived here for so many years. Even if he
Bad news, Sheriff! Mr. Edgar was attacked!
What?
A dark shadow-like figure just ran out of his room. It was giving off, but before we could even react, the figure up and disappeared like some sort of ghost or something. Do you think Kyria kidnapped him?
I need you to think very carefully about
I mean, Mr. Edgar was so frail.
It would seem Master decided to tap into an ill-advised...
What? But that's so dangerous with the condition he's in.
But why?
No. If his aim was to target everyone who had a hand...
If he left Sylvain alive yesterday, not out of a desire to see him suffer, but to confirm the truth about why Yelena chose to die...
Then there's still one target left.
The shadow-like figure ran in the direction of the elevator, and my partner immediately chased after them.
We should hurry before they're forced to confront each other.
Where in the world did he go? Let's ask the merchants nearby.
Ghost!
It's all right. Please, calm down and take a deep breath.
I saw a How could...
This is terrifying.
Burn it down!
It's all right. I can detect a it's this way. Please, follow me.
Light it up! Try and stop me!
The scent is getting stronger. This must be the place.
Burn it down!
Shine down! There is no escape! But a momentary distraction.
Oh! O's! Are you alright? Were you attacked?
No.
Let me take a look.
The air definitely feels heavy. It smells nice, but for some reason, this feeling...
Everything looks all right. It was probably...
I can't rest. Mr. Ed, he's a good man. I can't just abandon...
O's, you need to calm down and listen to me.
But how is that possible? Mr. Edgar is 70-something.
That's precisely why he had to resort to extraordinary measures to age himself. Kyria used a delusion to bring back the Auguste flower, corroding his body and...
No. He couldn't have. Mr. Edgar has been in port...
And what if the impersonation started before he ever set foot in Sumeru? I've yet to confirm it, but I suspect Kyria killed the real Edgar in Fontaine not long after his release from prison. While Edgar was incarcerated, Kyria started making preparations to replace him, including forcefully aging his body. Studying perfumery, the new Edgar then decided to relocate to Sumeru, seemingly out of an innocuous desire to let go of the past. He even left perfume making in favor, and Sumeru fit the bill to a T, with no one around to question his identity. All he had to do was grow a beard, don a pair of glasses. As the years went by, he removed his disguise little by little.
That explains why Sylvain said he barely recognized Edgar back at the hotel! He aged himself decades beyond his years just so he could accomplish his revenge.
I need to find Mr. Edgar. He's not that...
What you really need is to get...
No,
Wait! This environment is likely being influenced by the delusion. Any discomfort, I know how to relieve your symptoms. I'm sure Kyria...
No, Kale's right. The Traveler and I will take things from here. This leads me to believe those blessed with a vision or capable of wielding elemental power are more resistant to the effects of abnormal... Actually, now that I think about it, this stronghold likely has... I hate to trouble you.
Thanks. Hear that?
Traveler, for someone who's only
Don't worry. This isn't the end. We're not going to let a goose kill any...
¿Y esta lanza? Está coronado.
Monsters. Perhaps they were attracted here by the increased level of elemental energy. I've never seen these seeds before, they must also have been created with the power of a delusion. It seems to be avoiding us, and there's no other way forward. Perhaps we could try luring it to the edge of the cliff.
Rev the engines!
Whoa, look at all the There are so many of them. Paimon can't believe a single—
I fear that statement is truer than you know, Paimon. Using a delusion comes at a cost, not just—
Why would Kiria— He only needed a few bottles of a goose to carry out—
Perhaps hatred wasn't the only emotion fueling his— Not long ago, he told me he didn't want all the— But Kiria betrayed Snezhnaya, abandoned Fontaine, and lived his entire life in Sumeru under the— For someone with nowhere to call home. Perhaps
Burn it down!
This will brighten up the place.
Pyroclastic surge!
a plant that destroys seeds. Huh, quite the ecological marvel. Let's head back to the place where the seeds first appeared. The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end. The scent of flowers is getting stronger.
Did they catch up that... No. My strength is just waning. But it doesn't matter. This... This is
a garden of Auguste flowers. But it's not mine. It's the one that was set on fire all those... Yelena? Yelena! You tried to hide it from me, but the reason why you continued to use the delusion, the reason why you set your garden, I shouldn't have listened to you that day. I shouldn't have taken the Mora and ran. But by the time I realized something wasn't right, there was nothing left. I know I'm almost 20 years too late. I should have died with you that day. Yelena? Yelena! No! Don't leave me! Yelena! I'm alive. No.
That was an illusion, likely brought about by the residual toxin in your body coupled...
No. The amount of Auguste I drank, it should have been enough. A fake.
We started making the preparations to create a perfect accord.
The accord is the basis
of perfume making, the product in its most primitive form. Ambergris mixed with cedarwood, rounded out with a base note of agarwood.
This is the scent of leather?
Exactly. We're unable to extract essential oils from leather, but by combining other raw materials, we can recreate its essence. That is the purpose of an accord.
Does that mean you can recreate any scent in the whole world?
I'm afraid not. Certain fragrances in this world are simply one of a kind. That quality is what draws people in and fuels their obsessions.
If I wear a goose to the ball, I'll also be one of a kind.
Our competitor already got their hands on it.
It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have to buy something better.
This fragrance will be one of a kind, no more. Myths can be deconstructed, miracles can be recreated. All it takes is skill, experience, limitless exploration, and a little patience. The only thing left is determining where the real Auguste is hidden. Pretending to be attacked means he's not free to move around. Auguste must be hidden within reach.
Private took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers.
The curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar, capable of retaining heat and moisture.
Perfumes are as beautiful as flowers, and equally as delicate. When stored, you must take care to control the temperature and keep them away from direct sunlight. Did you get all that, Emily?
I got it.
Did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
So, Sylvain is dead. Is that right?
Yes, Master.
So, you switched the bottles of Auguste?
Convincing you that your revenge had been completed was the easiest way to get you to let go.
Impossible. Even if you found a way to switch out the bottles, there's no if Auguste was so easy.
It was a combination of rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those ingredients would have conflicted with each other if you tried to combine, but recently, we found a way for them to work together.
Rainbow roses?
Auguste was created over 10 years ago. All this time, people never stopped analyzing. Perfumery techniques are advancing day by day. We've found better ways to extract essential oils, separate oil. The mythos surrounding Auguste may have been untouchable almost 20 years ago, but now it's time.
The past.
You've been working as a perfumer for all these years. You should have always, but the meaning you assigned to Auguste became so inflated. You believed in its divinity and grandeur. You believed it was entirely one of a kind. Your obsession with Auguste is also what allowed us to predict how you—
We just didn't expect it to happen so fast.
Well, so, Sylvain, since you've been preparing your cords since last night, that means the news of Sylvain's death. The crowd gathered outside the hotel.
Yes. If we hadn't, you might have resorted to the delusion out of desperation, or continued—
Who knows? Maybe I would have just
I know if you had things your way, you would carry the truth of Edgar's demise and the secrets of this garden to the grave, but Sylvain only inhaled all the crimes he concealed back then will be exposed in a court of law for everyone to see.
Is that so? Well,
Whoa, he accepted that kind of fact.
I don't feel the need to justify my action. I did what I set out to do. I may have lost.
Careful, everyone.
Stick close and hurry up.
Looks like I'm almost—
Of course, Master.
The combination you used to make your—
The scent of Auguste is complex and varied, yet the main ingredient consists of a single variety of flower. So, as I was analyzing the sample yesterday, I got to thinking, what if the scent of the Auguste flower was already imbued with that complexity during its cultivation?
You're saying Yelena designed Auguste to have the scent of multiple flowers?
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, Cecilias. The perfumers of the past knew that if you combine their essential oils directly, they would just cancel each other. But if you cultivate a new flower species that intrinsically carries the unique features of those three scents, you can bypass that issue entirely.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Yelena.
Did you know? Miss Emily?
Right?
Seems like everyone in Fontaine is talking about the new perfume.
I was hoping to release it without such a fuss, but I just hope it won't become the source of some new myth. Especially after all the work we did to I did, although I made a few modifications to the formula to make the scent more pleasant and Also, I was hoping you could try out the fragrance before—
Of course! A good sense of taste.
Oh, it's all right. Besides, when it comes to perfume, commenting on whether it smells good is the most straightforward—
Right! Do those flowers have some special meaning? Hearing their name—
if I had to guess, I'd say—
The language of flowers? Oh, we've heard of that before! Paimon remembers hearing something like—
What each flower is said to represent varies by person and across different moments in history. The same is true for the flowers. After returning to Fontaine, I did some research. Forget the past and keep on living. Perhaps that's the legacy Yelena always intended. Not the nobility and grandeur most people associate.
You think Kiria knew about that?
I paid him a visit before his trial and explained what I found, but he didn't. Who knows? Maybe she didn't mean anything by it at all. That was his response. Yelena is gone. We'll never know what she was thinking. We can look for meaning all we want, but even if that is what she was trying to say, I would never be able. Avenging her death? That was the meaning I chose for my life. Kiria cultivated his revenge like a flower. He was committed to making it bloom. In any case, he'd thank you for saving my life. For giving me the chance to learn that a goose could have carried a very... Love and hatred are a privilege of the... When someone dies, their thoughts, feelings, and intentions die with them. But even if it's only a conjecture, the meaning we give to flower, and yet at the very...
Shikaku? Why does she want me to sit?
Welcome, Honored Traveler. Guji-ai told me about your visit. Please, come in.
Now, there's no need to be so stubborn about this. I'll adjust the budget here, and we'll definitely turn a profit.
No. We must confirm the official representative before discussing details. There is an order to this that must be followed.
From the way she's talking, this must be the Shogun, right?
Ah, little one. It's about time.
Whoa! We're not just gonna sign a random contract out of the blue!
Hardly. Oh, well, labor is a part of it, but you will be compensated.
I see. So she's the representative you selected. She would indeed be the perfect candidate for the Mika. When the yokai still roamed the land, they celebrated an event known as the Mikawa Flower Festival.
We hosted a version of it during the Test of Courage. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we weren't able to put on a large... So, I got to thinking, why not have another go? One that combines human ingenuity with yokai arts to offer the most innovative and thrilling entertainment of our time.
Entertainment, huh? Wait, kind of like a Kitsuyuge?
For an important event like this, an official representative is...
Neither myself nor the Kamisato family can assume the position, given we represent one...
Human you may be, but you possess a deep... Moreover, you took part in the...
Plus, your name has the potential to attract an even greater showing.
Huh. You've got a point. Then let's go ahead and... Wait! Paimon almost fell into a trap!
Oh, come now. This is for an important occasion, is it not? Even I've chosen to throw profit to the...
According to the proposal, the proceeds will be distributed as follows. 40% to Yae Publishing House, and 10% to the festival.
Hey, no fair!
Now, 10% might not sound like much, but Yae Publishing House is going to great lengths for this occasion, both in time and personnel. All you need to do is show your face. Getting smart, aren't you, little one? In that case, I'll throw in another 10% from—
No, the other half is going to the Shogunate. That is not up for negotiation. But I am rather curious about the supposed great lengths you mentioned. Unless I am mistaken, most of the personnel and supplies are to be provided by the Shogunate. In that—
When did she reprogram you to argue back like this?
Proceeds should be distributed according to contribution. Besides, from the very beginning, you planned to allocate an additional 10% of your share to the Traveler, did you not?
Wait, so earlier you were just trying to—
What's the fun in bargaining if you open up with your best offer right off the bat?
Paimon doesn't see the fun at all. But 20—
Games have always been a central part of the festival, and both Akitsu Haneyo. So the plan is to host an event where the attendees—
Ooh, everyone loves fun.
That is the general plan. This is a critical time.
Got it. We'll see you later then. Jinju Forest.
Como siempre, Yae.
Oh, but before I forget, you should eat this kitsune meal first.
Whoa, it smells so good. Oh, and also kind of like fried tofu for some reason.
The smell of humans. Nothing to see here.
Remember us, Ioroi?
Ah, it's you youngsters. And you.
Oh, Jinja Forest is supposed to be Yoroi's territory.
Exactly. How could you hold a test of
Oh, so that's what he's angry about.
Anyway, what brings...
I actually came— It was my mistake not to invite more yokai to the ceremony. So—
Huh? The Mikawa Flower Festival? Yeah! Yes! The Mikawa Flower Festival! Huh? Kichiboshi? Shosei? Gyobu Koban? Where did you come from?
Never trust an apology from a kitsune. Or an invitation, for that matter. It's just a silly festival.
Yum, yum! Fun!
That's enough, you two. Don't fall for the kitsune's cheap tricks. Such...
What a shame. I was hoping to take you all to the festival. I suppose it makes sense. Poor Yoroi, stuck in this statue all alone while the rest of you got to— Poor Yoroi!
Excuse you. I am Ioroi, the Kakushigami of the Bake Danuki.
I should also mention I was hoping the Bake Danuki could help the humans take their game. In Inazuma, only the Bake Danuki can hope to match the Kitsune in that—
Match? The Kitsune could never rival the...
Oh, well, I was thinking of using the Bake Danuki as the symbol of the event in the promotion. No matter. I shall simply seek the help of the Kitsune. When the time comes, all of Inazuma will know the Kitsune stepped in to accomplish what the Bake Danuki could not.
Wait!
It worked, didn't it?
My dear cubs, transforming into things that already exist is only a small fraction of what it means to become a great... To even get a quarter of the way through your training, you must be able to turn into things of your own invention. Just like... So go forth and seize this opportunity so you can advance the name of the... Not all humans are bad and scary. Some are good, just like these youngsters. Go with them and transform into things...
Don't worry, Ioroi. The little Tanuki are...
You're the one I'm worried about.
Well, we're here too. We'll make sure they don't...
I'll hold you to that. Now, Kichiboshi, Shosei, Yobu Koban, while you're out there...
Yep. Oh, and Miss Yellowfur. And Auntie Pink. Miss Pinkfur.
Ah, I almost forgot. Given their level of training, speaking to humans will be a problem.
No need. Here, Miss Pink Fur prepared a...
Hmm? You stole our tricks too? Is it really that much?
Splendid. That should make our lives easier. Now we can head into the city and start forming the Well, we need more than Bake Danuki power to design these games. Now, I need to discuss the layout of the venue with the Yashiro Commission. I'll leave the team recruitment to you.
Hold on. You're not taking part, Miko?
Making games is nowhere near as fun as playing them. Besides, working through the night certainly isn't my idea of a good time. Working through the night. Anyway, this time I'm going to wait for the fun to come to me. See you later, little one.
City! So many houses! Gotta farm beans! White fur? Yellow fur? How do we farm beans? Form teams, not farm beans! It's kind of hard to explain. Yeah, that's right! People with the same taste! Taste the same? Easy peasy! Farm beans that taste the same. No, wait, that's not... And they're gone. In different... Huh? Spying on great yokai. Great yokai whisper.
So, what do you think? Are you interested?
Oh, no mames.
One second. I believe someone's listening. Hello over there? You're...
Great yokai found us. It's just
There's no need to be nervous, you two. It's not like I think you're a corp...
¿Tiene sentido?
As for you, it's been a while since I've met one of your kind. What's... Huh?
Oh, this is Kyobu Koban. It's his first time visiting a city, so he's a bit shy around strangers.
So, still sealed in that statue then. I suppose it... Nice to meet you, Gyobu Koban. My name is Yume Mizuki Mizuki.
Great yokai is... Oh, Isa Bathhouse is expanding to Watatsumi Island.
All valid points. We do need to differentiate or add some popular activities.
Games? Games?
Of course. Games are often used in psychological treatment to put patients at ease. Anyway, the topic of games really seemed to pique your interest. Is there something... Miko. I knew I smelled scheming in the air. Rivalries aside, I have no qualm using Yai Publishing House's resources to our advantage. Besides, if I remember correctly, you have a connection to Yai Publishing House as well, don't you? If our venture is to focus on games, then his future... Agreed.
White fur! Yellow fur! Over here! Kichiboshi found big sleepy tanuki! Hey! I'm a Muchina, not a tanuki! Oh, Muchina yokai that can turn into... No, wait. I'm not a Muchina or a tanuki. I'm Sayu. Tanuki? Muchina? Sayu? So many? I don't transform at all. I've been a human this whole time. Who is this guy anyway? Popping up out of nowhere right when I found a spot. Sorry, this is probably... Not this again. It's just Sayu. And there goes my nap.
¿Cómo que me la quema?
Boy, where do we... Right when I was trying to run. About that. Taller than a house? I've never heard... It's not ninjutsu. It's Bake Danuki art. We don't grow taller than it. See? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. We grow taller than mountain. Eh? Sorry. Just thinking about something Sensei always said. You can't just focus on drill. I guess. Farm beans. Success? Alright. Let's go discuss this ninjutsu. No. This Bake Tanuki art of transformation. The one... I'll pass on the fireworks.
Por favor, que se calle. Que no tenga voz. Ah, toma, no tiene voz. Ah, también no tiene voz.
Longhorned Oni and Shorthorned Oni. Shosei, there you are. White fur, yellow fur. Shosei found white fur and yellow fur number 2. Both great yokai. Shosei loves to play. Longhorned and Shorthorned Oni. Hitatsumi Kozo and the others did all the work, Bullchucker! You're really Hitatsumi Kozo... Hornless Oni? Hornless Oni? Huh. Okay, that should be enough teams. Time to report back to the Yashiro Commission.
Cuando me escucha reír esta pendeja, cree que yo estoy feliz con ella. Oh, son los gatos hoy.
Miss Kamisato, this is the list of stage materials for your...
Miss Kamisato?
The list looks fine. As for this...
Oh, she looks super busy. Should we come back later?
Hmm? Oh, Traveler! Oh no, Lady Guji said you're the official festival representative. And you've been busy recruiting for large events like the Test of Courage. Brother usually does... I hope so.
Oh, speaking of the recruitment, we found a bunch of people. We should...
Oh, already? That was fast. I wasn't sure we would find enough participants. Oh, don't worry about it. I can only I suppose I'm a little sad about not taking part. But when the time comes...
Miss Kamisato! Another letter from the Kanjo Commission.
Coming! Sorry, my brother's the one overseeing the teams. I believe he's in the courtyard with...
Thanks, Ayaka!
See you later.
Wow, Ayaka's really working hard.
It's about time.
No lo
I
había
could hear you
pensado.
talking outside.
Pero en cada nación tiene una sim este viajero. Bueno, viajera.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Now that young lady is one enthusiastic volunteer, especially when she heard about your involvement, Traveler. Solved our personnel problem in one fell swoop. Hardly. It was entirely her decision. Besides, you really think I could order her around with... Huh, Mizuki signed up too? Along with the Soul of the Deep. Now this is getting interesting.
They're planning to use your festival to promote...
Oh, is that so? Then perhaps...
So, Ayato...
Yes, that's all well and good. I just have one small adjustment. Why so anxious? I'm just trying to keep things exciting.
Qué bueno que no le quitaron la voz a la querida Jae.
The theme for the games is being announced today, right? Who knows what Miko's got up her...
Rise with the sun! Shine down!
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Sora! You guys are here early. There's still 3 whole days until the festival starts. Oh, wait, but what about the statue of the, almighty, Narukami-yogo? Yeah, Ah, okay, well that's... Oh! Oh, right. Looks like we're running out of time. Let's go then. See you later.
Ma'am, we have a message from Commission Headquarters. They need you to return as...
Ah, you're here. Now we can get the ball rolling. Right on time, I'd say. I was just... Oh, this? Just a little something to spice things up. So, stay tuned.
So sleepy.
A theme decided by Miko and the Yashiro
One thing we all share is our capacity to dream outlandish fantasies of the mind, nostalgic memories of the... In a similar sense, games also blur the lines between fantasy and reality. With that in mind, your task is to create a game within the next 48 hours.
Okay, nothing too crazy.
And to provide some additional motivation. The winning team will be awarded the Tanuki Game Award, as well as a generous sum of mora, and a sponsorship from Yai Publishing House to fully develop the game and In the interest of fairness, the evaluation committee will decide the winner based on attendee feedback, as well as the opinion. Now, with that out of the way, let the... Looks like things are going well. Plus, with the transformative powers of the Bakedanuki, bringing those visions to fruition should be a lot easier. As the festival's most important judge and representative, you should go check on the progress, don't you think? It all comes down to fairness, as I said. I worked with the Yashiro Commission to come up with this. Oh, no need to stress, though. It's all fun and games, is it not? Just, of course, if it's appearances you're worried about, you could always... I don't know. Check in on the teams and ask about their ideas? And that proves that I picked...
Oh.
Shinobu Koban? Piece of cake. Experienced, huh? That must...
I'm not sure it gives me an advantage, per se. But if we want that award, we need something a lot more...
Huh. You... Wow. That's a lot of...
Screaming?
On the other hand, if we do win first place, the prestige will help. As for Yai Publishing House's sponsorship, as long as we win the competition... My guess.
Fun. Good idea. So
We're calling it A Little Fox's Daydream. Basically, you play as a fox, navigating between sweet dreams and nightmares in search of delicious fried tofu.
Yeah, looks like that fox takes some...
That's the definition of fun, don't you think? So, want to give it a try?
Oh no! Oye, pero ¿cómo sé que está ahí? Allá. No. Oye. Ahí va. Buscamos uno. Ya veo.
the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone.
Boss Toma is... Anything for Boss Toma.
Whoa! Guess this team really hit. Looks like you're getting... That makes sense. It was their dream to host the...
Yep, Yeah, totally.
So, what are you planning for the game? But what does that have to do with the... Wafer! Yellow...
Esas cosas me daban un poco de miedo. Esa cosa da miedo. Allá. Esa cosa. No.
Absurd.
¡Ay, qué pedo! Oye, sí. Ah, ya cambio de tema. Uy. Uy. Oh. ¿Qué pe... Uy. Ah. No creo que se
Look at this! You've made so much progress already! He helped with the gameplay too. All we had was a prototype, and now it's ready for playtesting already. Peachy Boshi! So, how do we play? It doesn't... Orange fur? So, you could say that your game unifies human ingenuity with Bakedanaki magic to create a scene that... What for suddenly? You sure sound official all of a sudden, Paimon. Are you This new style of game development deserves a name! How about Unreal? Oh, or... hey? Yeah, it's based on a dream I had. In the dream, with my clones around, there was no reason for that lady to come. So, even when you're... It's just, I got so excited at the prospect that I actually woke myself up. If only I could make Bunshin in real... Well, then, even if some get caught... But if your clones do all the work, doesn't all that fit... Oh, well, What's a... That's a long story. Wanna just give it a try? Awesome! All you have to do is put your hand on...
¿Cómo lo agrego? Bill. pasan de concepto. O sea, uno tiene que quedarse ahí.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Bueno, qué chulo.
Well... Oh, and what are... Fascinating.
El más divertido supongo que fue este, pero... los otros dos son juegos de inteligencia.
A Kitsu Harpastum, huh? Perhaps a Mondstadt spin on an Inazuman classic will be... What do you say we drag A out here so she can join in on the...
Well, we had to pick one, but honestly...
It's still early days, so there's no rush to make a decision. Plenty of You can pick your favorite game one...
Wow, time really flew by today. It's so late already. The game booths were cool, but the food... Paimon seemed to skew... tastes great, right? Which means... we... wait. Do you see that up ahead? Huh. Their clothes look kinda weird. Oh, before. They attacked us out of nowhere! Something's not right about this. Be careful, Traveler! Traveler? Hey, are you alright? Well, you fought that strange person and made them disappear, but then... Whew, you nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Also, what was with that thunder just now? It came out of nowhere and it's not even raining. What's wrong?
Has a nightmare returned to Inazuma once again?
Hey, Komura! Time to go! Hey, Komura.
What's with the yelling? I can hear you just fine.
Huh?
What? You're not coming?
Komura, weren't you... over there?
It's my lucky day! Light blade! Boom! There's more!
Illusion shattered!
I see everything!
Now you shall perish!
To the fairy!
the others should be at the grounds by now, right? Let's go talk to them. Everyone hold hands.
Burn it down! There is no escape!
The show begins! Huh. Doesn't look like Miko is around here anywhere. Are we too early?
Did you hear? Someone encountered a doppelganger.
A doppelganger? You know what they say. Anyone who sees their doppelganger... That's just a
Doppelgangers? That's a common folk tale in Inazuma, huh? It always comes up in like... Also, the whole doppelganger... Well, thinking of it... Huh? Well, if it is Sayu we're talking about... Weird. Is he here to work on the equipment? But he doesn't look like any of the workers we saw yesterday. He snuck away again! He's constantly looking back. Paimon's calling it now. Something fishy at good point. He could be on his way to...
Reporting back, ma'am. Nothing suspicious to note at the Bunshin Phantasm booth. It's possible there's no...
Sarah? Hazel! What's going on here?
Forgive me, ma'am. I have failed as a...
So, Huh? What orders? You really can't tell us anything?
An astute observation, traveler. Tell her the
What? The Shogun is here?
You recognized me with a single glance? It matters not. I am certain the person standing... Her gaze, her presence, her mastery of several types of elemental energy. There is no mistake. And we need her help.
No!
What? You're right.
The purpose of this festival is to bring humans and yokai together. We cannot... Fortunately, no one else has been so
the thunder we...
On the contrary, it was my decision. I was unable to capture the culprit last night, so I left to discuss...
Speaking of Miko, where is...
She is investigating the trace of yokai power found at the scene. Miko is working with the Kamisato siblings to verify. As for the contestants, that inquiry must be performed by someone else. The Tenryo Commission is too conspicuous. But as the judge of the competition...
Okay, so you need...
Precisely. But if one of them has indeed been displaced by a yokai, they could be engraved. Thank you.
What are you guys gonna do next?
Worry not. Miko and I discussed that issue. She claims to have...
One of her genius plans, huh?
Indeed.
Es hora de la free to play. Barbie.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
No me acuerdo si esto lo daban gratis.
Everything's ready. Let's go. We can do this.
¿Hay alguna Nemo que sea gratis? Creo que no.
Oh, yay! Okay, let's go! Okay, so where do we start? We need to ask questions to figure out if there's an imposter. La da 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 da. Oh, looks like Sayu's team is already here. Well, guess we'll just play it by ear. Oh, Sayu and Yoimiya seem the same. Oh, good idea! Wait for... Yeah, well, Yeah, if the people in charge... Oh, no, it's just... The Traveler... Well, so we wanted to come early to reminisce about... White fur. Huh? Why are you... Well, that was my bad. But this time, I'm not in charge of training. That one shouldn't be on me. I didn't realize I was tricked until later. Based on what happened... Mochi? No, I'm not. And I'm... Oh, we should get out of here. Bye, White. So many adventures, huh? You don't even realize it. Oh yeah, totally. It was... Anyway, Paimon didn't pick up on any... Let's ask about the creative process behind the game and confirm their identities that way. Paimon saw Toma's team show up just... Feel us. Oh, Boss and Shosei were up super late last... And he's back at it. Time for an interview. Hold on. You can't just ask a simple... We'd love to learn more about your design approach and... Impressive! And... A nice one, Bob! Fixer is a tough nut to crack. Whoa, not a single stumper. Yes, boss! Well, Toma's answers were up, plus he was with Shosei and Kozo and his two friends, so we're... You're here alone? Huh. Don't know about great yokai. Soul lady? Oh, as in soul of the deep. Okay. Wait, did you say behind it? Kokumi! A little warning next time! Energy? Oh! The numbers you write in your in a tree? Dry berry? Oh, sorry. Gyobu-Koban is a criminal? No, of course not. In the clear. Good. What about Mizuki? Where did she go?
Something tells me a certain someone is missing me.
Huh?
Hello.
Yes, I left the rest to the young fellow from the Kamisato clan. At least for now, there's nothing suspicious.
That means the culprit didn't...
Just like that, you let down your guard. And all it took was for me to wear her face.
The culprit? It's you!
Oh, greedy little thing. I thought we agreed on 20. Oh, it's getting harder and harder to...
Can you stop with the teasing then?
500 years and you're still not used to it?
At least spare me for the day. I can't take the mental torment right now. Investigated the shogunate officials' nightmares. Analyzed the traces of yokai.
All in one night?
Well, I didn't want someone to ruin the Mikawa Flower Festival. Besides, I've talked to many patients who worked multiple jobs just to make ends meet. You're very persuasive, Kokomi. It would seem you also have a talent for clinical psychology. I'll leave it to you two then.
Sweet dreams! Mizuki really cares about the festival, huh?
Perhaps she's reminded of the festivals of the past when I was just a kid, and Mizuki a young Baku. We would rush past the other yokai, desperate to get the first piece of fried tofu from the ramen. It would seem she hasn't forgotten, even after 500 years. Well, enough about the past.
But you didn't notice anything suspicious, right?
That's one possibility. The other is that the culprit's transformation is even more convincing. In that case, we need a detective with a more professional skill set. Or we need to find a way to...
But that sounds...
If the culprit is deep in disguise, a slight provocation won't come. What we need is to create reasonable doubt. Make the culprit question whether their cover is blown. As they... Oh, A didn't tell you? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Mikawa Flower Festival, an esteemed guest from Tenshukaku has agreed to take part in this year's festival. Please welcome her...
Pobre.
So this was your plan, Miko?
Well, not...
Wow, that was... Why didn't you clue us in earlier? We wasted all that time asking pointless... Another day of hard work. Where did the time go? Huh?
Almighty Shogun! Glory to your everlasting
This stall looks familiar. Yet it would seem the owner's...
Ah, you must be thinking of Tomoki. He...
I see. Yet, you remind me of...
Oh?
What are you looking at, eh?
The food offerings. Working? Ah, I see. I appreciate your...
Of course. It's an honor.
No need for formalities. I'll take 3...
Right away.
3 orders? So, but...
Yes. I wanted to thank you for accompanying me. I have my reasons for being here, of course. But I would hate to tarnish the festive atmosphere. Indeed. The Mikawa Flower Festival. Yet, the name endures. And the joy of celebration.
Traveler, Paimon. And the almighty
Oh, Mizuki!
Yume Mizuki. Thank you for...
Of course. I'm always willing to help. It's my duty. I wish I could have dispelled the nightmares, but this situation is uncharted.
Even so, relieving the pain of the nightmares is no
So not even Mizuki could fix it? What's going on with this nightmare creature?
Let's save the difficult questions for later. Actually, I came here to... Want to come to the Isa bathhouse with me? Most of the contestants will be there.
Really? Yes, let's go!
Well, game development isn't easy. You've been under a lot of pressure yourselves with the investigation and all. So I thought you might like to join.
Of course we would!
I will remain here. I rarely have time away from Tenshukaku, and I...
Aw, that's too bad.
I almost forgot. Miko wanted...
Oh? Well, why don't we all go?
Almighty Shogun, your dango milk is ready.
No need, Shogun. Miko just had some quick things to go over with the judges, that's all. You and Paimon... Alright, now we can talk freely. I think something's off with the Shogun. You've been with her the whole day. Have you noticed anything? Exactly. I've witnessed a lot of cases where patients, for a variety of reasons, are unwilling until their emotions become so heavy, even the strongest of people collapse under the weight. Humans, yokai, and archons bear the same capacity for emotion. It's very possible that someone who appears strong on the outside has learned... Anyway, the quickest route to curing the mind is through the heart. Approaching someone in a professional capacity often makes them more Here, with these 2 special coupons, you can get into Isa Bathhouse after closing. Then...
Finally, you're back! Paimon's had 2 servings of dango milk already!
Sorry for the wait. It sounds like the Traveler has other plans, Paimon. So we'll head to the bathhouse on...
Huh? You're not coming? Okay. Paimon will bring you back a hot spring...
There is no need to stay behind on my behalf. If you leave now, I'm sure you can catch up. What makes you say that? If my presence makes them nervous or impedes them, I already disturbed their progress by coming to the festival. The last thing everyone needs is... As you know, this body is hardly that fragile. It can operate for another 100 years with no issue. Mortals are weak in body and mind. If there is a choice of who to bear such a burden, naturally, that person should be me. What does it matter? The world is not so easily bent to one's will. What clever verbal tricks, Traveler. It appears you've been spending too much time with me. You think you can get away with manipulating the Shogun? I wouldn't be so sure. Persistent indeed. Very well. Well, all right. Steam replete with the scent of orchids. Yes, there are royal hot springs near Tenshukaku. But the plans were set in motion only after Hiragi. When the project was complete, I was already in the plane of Euthymia. And, naturally, the members of the Kanjo Commission were once friends with Makoto and the Kitsune Saigu. Although mere mortals, those who managed to survive back then were special individuals. What makes you say that? Now I see why my officials claim that the hot springs facility. You're correct. Following the dark disaster 500 years ago, and on a battlefield consumed in darkness, our soldiers fought against dark forces. Creatures capable of possessing people. Perhaps not. The battle was intense, but what if I told you this? If the person trapped in the nightmare was strong enough to overcome incapacitation, the person would lose all capacity to distinguish dream from reality, and every precious thing in life as an enemy to be annihilated. Yes. I unleashed Muso no Hitotachi and struck her down. No need. I have no regrets. I know it was the right decision, both for Inazuma's. If necessary, I would do it. Well, it's about time you two showed yourselves, yes? You've listened in.
Before you say anything, this part wasn't me.
Well, since the cat's out of the bag, how about a hot spring tea party?
El trailer, si es varón, o bueno, algunos.
Hey! Ah, nice and warm. No wonder the hot springs relaxed your inhibitions, eh?
So who came up with...
I guess both of us?
Well, I happened to consult a certain clinical psychologist about how to... In her expert opinion, doing something new with a trusted companion in a new environment can make someone less guarded. Looks like it worked like a charm.
It's one thing to trust that Miko has good intentions, but would you let your guard down or...
Your concern is misplaced. I kept these matters to myself because I was unsure if the investigation reached an impasse or new clues pointed to the night.
Intel, huh? It appears you still don't understand why I wanted you to open up in the first place.
Help! Help me! Sounds like it came from outside. Let's check it out. Oh no! Someone's unconscious!
It seems different in some respects. Step back and allow me to examine her. What happened just now?
It's all right. With the show...
I almost faint. Yes. I was on my way to Uyu restaurant. And as I was crossing the bridge, I saw someone staring at me from behind a tree. It was hard to make out their appearance in the dark, but I had a bad feeling. So in that moment, I thought about how people...
A doppelganger in Inazuma City. But...
I heard that people encountered doppelgangers at Mount Yogo, too! Could it be the work of some...
Now that we have an understanding of the situation...
The situation is getting worse.
Bad news, Shogun! Another victim at the festival. Kappa.
What?
But Sara and the others were keeping watch.
Make haste. Back to Mount Yogo at once.
Kappa! Kappa! Excuse me.
Mizuki! Traveler! Finally, you're back!
Now is not the time to cast blame.
We split up for just a second, and the next thing...
Oh, him. How is he, Mizuki?
It's strange. I can't perceive his nightmare.
The yokai! Kappa!
No. It was I who underestimated the enemy. I who allowed... Sara, what is the status of the other... Good. By decree of the Shogun, I declare that the Mikawa flower...
Wait.
What is it, Miko?
You're being too hasty, eh? I understand your concern for the people, but I urge you to think this through. Or we risk... Considering your history with nightmares, you have better cause than anyone to exercise caution. But do you truly believe that what we're facing now is... Call it intuition. If you want the truth, perhaps Doshin Shikanoin could shed some light. I believe there's been a break in the case.
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right.
Kappa is made of wood?
No wonder I couldn't sense that.
I see. So the doppelganger infiltrated the festival as Kappa.
Kozo and his two friends were together the whole time, too. They would have noticed if someone was acting weird.
Aren't you supposed to be in Inazuma City?
Leave you two by yourself?
Okay, Donaki, those little terrors! Come on, let's go after them! Paimon's had enough of these things! What even are they? More Bake Donaki tricks?
Nothing's working!
Little rascals!
You wish!
Transform! Stupid humans won't be able to recognize... You can't see me. You can't see me. I'm up on fire.
Tetsunosuke, you idiot! Don't tell them the three of us turned into bonfires!
Hear that, Traveler? Bonfires! 3 of them! We'll show them, stupid!
Transform!
They're gone again! No, what are they this time? Some kind of stone or brick? Oh!
Kichiro, protect us!
Save us, Tsukumo! We're almost rid of them.
Ah! A tank!
Tengu was flying! Tengu is a cheater!
Tengu, why are you helping the humans?
Shogun? That's the leader of the humans!
Shogun sent people to steal our land! Shogun is bad!
Calm yourself, Sarah. Let's hear them.
Shogun sent humans to stick...
And the Mikawa Flower Festival! Shogun is...
Serve the humans? He's not talking...
Shogun even forced Great Baku Yokai to work all...
Oh, you mean yesterday? That was my choice, actually.
Jeez, where are these ideas coming from?
Stay back!
Humans want to...
Hold on. Something's not right. We should try...
No need. I know what's wrong.
What are you doing?
Kinkaku...
Servitude, enslavement. These might sound like ridiculous misunderstandings to us, but that is their reality right now. A world of despair and fear, where enemies lurk and...
So, they're... sleepwalking?
If we knew how, we would have done so back then.
Give us your worst! Kinkaku will never leave the Tanuki pet...
Truly?
What are you doing? No, don't!
The humans are everywhere.
How long have we...
No idea.
Shh, quiet!
This is a fine piece of land. The grain yield should be exceptional.
Remember to check for traces of yokai in the surrounding area. By order of the Shogun.
By order of the Shogun.
Hey.
Oh yeah, the festival for...
That's right.
Quiet!
What?
What is that? Ah!
Hey, are you alright? Yoko, Kappa, hold on! We're coming!
The yokai and the humans are
The same thing happened.
The Mikawa flower.
This.
No, if we don't, Bastama.
We.
Boss Toma.
How about?
Traveler!
Are you all right, Traveler?
Huh? The nightmare is gone.
The Mikawa Flower Festival!
Oh, that explains all the Boss Toma this and Boss... Wait a second. Hitotsume Kozo and the others should be Akitsu Yuge experts. But this time, Toma did all the work. Paimon can't believe we missed something so suspicious. Oh, you're saying Paimon's deductive reasoning...
Based on your description, Traveler, it's possible these Bake Danuki have been in hiding for 500 years. Sounds like
the protector of the grove. It's been 500 years since our last meeting. Sarah, Heizo, return to the The doppelganger incident has been resolved.
Yoroi, we're back!
Shogun! I bow before...
All is well, Ioroi, hidden protector of the grove.
Ah, that would be because when Ioroi tried to pluck a Nakuweed from the Imperial Garden, A nearly split him in two.
Keep it to yourself, you meddle...
Ioroi, I wish to...
Anything, Shogun. Absolute...
Suck up.
You could have at least slowed down a little.
Oh! The humans, your body is stuck!
Huh? I am
Not dead? The Kitsune spoke the truth?
Yoroi? The humans...
Wait, this must be Kinkaku. Ginkaku and...
When the humans, Kabuda Harunosuke, came to hurt us.
We ran and hid. The humans searched and searched.
So we decided to escape the human just as the girl...
That's when we uncovered a horn filled with yokai power. It was the will of the great Bake Tanuki Kiichiro made manifest.
It restored our power! And then we made the human go, oh!
Oh! And by... Oh!
We tricked it...
So, you didn't...
We've been using the horn to hide ever since. But they're...
A horn full of yokai power. Could that be the source of the nightmare? If the horn contained the fragment of a nightmare, using its power to hide would spread the nightmare to them.
Ha! I could have told you that nothing good would come from that horn. Using external...
But the horn helped us hide from the humans. The humans
On the contrary, the purpose of the investigation was to determine in advance if yokai were present on the land in question. Whether we avoid encroaching on yokai territory altogether, or attempt...
Oh!
Wait. That is what the...
By order of the Shogun, if yokai live here, we need to...
Ginkaku Tetsunosuke. Not all human...
Besides, the Bakedaniki were only sealed away back then.
Yoroi, it's a thing...
How was I to know? It was used to make sacred Sakura Daifuku.
So the humans were
Well, if you must know, the young human and I fought. I was perhaps a tad careless, so I...
There he goes again, changing the subject when it...
Now you know. No human is trying to...
So...
500 years?
It was a 500-year-long game of hide and seek.
Huh?
Hey, my game of hide and seek...
Wow, the mind of a Bakedaniki...
That nature is what isolated them from the worst effects of the nightmare. But a nightmare that's still affecting people after all this time? Who could it belong to?
Tainted by darkness, the Oni warrior raised her sword against the almighty Shogun. Losing an arm and a horn to the Shogun's blade, she fled into the forest. A trusted lieutenant fighting against the forces of darkness, she was once devoured whole by a beast from beyond this world, with the body of a tiger and the tail of a serpent, until she tore. Thus she earned the name Chio the Tigerbite, or Tora Chio.
I don't think Chio would like that name. Though she escaped the belly of the beast alive, that battle never left her. She saw the memories of her fallen comrades everywhere, slaughtered one. The nightmare twisted every joy in her life, her subordinates, family, and friends, into enemies in need of destruction. It was in that state, trapped in the battlefield of her mind, that she raped with the Muso no Hitotachi. I cut off her arm, one of her horns,
and subsequently uncovered by 3 Bake Danuki.
Nightmares feed on fear and anxiety. If what the Traveler... It's possible Kinkaku and the others' fear over the past 500 years allowed the fragment to gain physical form, an earthbound spirit.
It would seem the fragment of this nightmare, the investigation team working for a better future, attacked.
Yeah, and we were attacked too! Right when we were having fun with the playtest.
Perhaps it needs to regain strength after your defeat. Or perhaps it is biding its time, but sooner or later, when Chio set her sights on a target.
Oh.
But both possibilities proves, and an enemy that can be killed is one that can be split in two by the power.
There's really no...
Mikoshi Chio is gone. A fragment of a nightmare tiger.
Oh, who cares about the dead anyway? I'm just trying to look out for the living.
What is that supposed to mean, Meek?
Oh, I'm just concerned about our poor Bake Danuki.
Huh?
The nightmare fragment has been tied to the Bake Danuki for nearly 500 years. Strike it down.
I beseech you, almighty Shogun, spare the young...
Miko.
If you don't believe me, ask Mizuki and the Traveler. I'm sure...
Well, Yes. During my
Then, what would you propose? This nightmare fragment is a constant...
If the fragment's hatred toward the world comes from a nightmare...
Right! Can't you just eat...
The Yumekui Baku already tried that 500 years ago. Even yesterday, when faced with the corrupt...
What was impossible back then is not necessarily impossible. Why not use this entity's tricks against it? Combat illusion...
Is that even...
Don't forget, there are yokai that specialize in shape-shifting and...
Where? Maybe they're hiding as trees? Oh,
fools! The Kitsune is clearly referring to the Bake Danuki.
Given their centuries-long connection to the nightmare fragment, they are perfectly positioned to
Back then, the nightmare had little to no weaknesses.
You said it yourself. Mikoshi Chio is gone. All the Besides, Mizuki is an old friend, one that is not to be underestimated. She has traveled the land...
She just... usually doesn't compliment me to my face. But Miko's right.
Once we perform the ritual, our festival representative, who also happens to have extensive experience against dark forces, and the almighty Shogun unmatched...
There's just one problem. Since this entity can pass through the ley lines, its movements are unpredictable. If we're going to create a barrier, how can we be sure it
the solution to that is obvious. Then naturally, a joyous occasion would be an evil beyond measure. An enemy that must...
So, if we want to lure it out...
The Mikawa Flower Festival!
What joy could
I would imagine we can all think of a few. But I agree. Once the enemy appears, Traveler, I ask that you join me there.
All right. I will up.
Looks like an all-nighter for me.
Well, this was your idea. Oh, and don't forget.
And in a surprising twist.
Traveler, during the battle tomorrow, it is imperative you know your limits. If the enemy proves I know. I understand your concerns, just as you know mine. One more thing. Thank you.
Alright, it's finally time for the festival! Hopefully everything goes okay. Do you think everyone completed their games? Let's go check it out!
Remarkably efficient, Ayato.
Oh, you're all here! Well, it's a relief to have you all in our... Those in need?
I'm sure you'll run into her as you walk around. Oh, most importantly, don't forget to enjoy yourself. We need this once you're done experiencing the fest.
Ah, Captain. Swordfish 2, salute.
To be honest, some Watatsumi Islanders aren't too concerned about...
But if they knew it was for the captain of Swordfish 2, I'm confident everyone would be here in a heart.
Huh. I never considered that angle. You possess wisdom beyond...
Mizuki!
I'm fine. Sometimes you need to push past your mental limits to unleash your full potential. I will. The good news is, the ritual is all set. That means the festival... As for the more pressing matter, once the nightmare... You and the Shogun are the... Humans, yokai, and archons, it's very possible that someone who appears strong on the outside has learned to compartmentalize their negative emotions, and that is far from healthy. Good. I trust you won't let the Shogun
The Arataki Kid!
Not your fault. Bakedanuki are powerful. Even Shosei couldn't smell them. Longhorn Oni is By the way, where are the real Hitotsume Kozo and his friends? And what about...
Don't you think this puzzle is a bit...
You're right.
Oh, no. You two did all the hard... Oh!
Just now! Seems like you're a natural, Ayaka. A real game developer at heart, huh?
Oh, you remember that. Well, brother had... I'm just glad I didn't turn out to be an inconvenience.
In a jam? Because jam is sticky. Not that kind of jam. But...
Traveler, Lady Guji told me about the upcoming battle. As I understand it, our thoughts and...
It's you. Before battle, it is imperative to calm the mind. If you have unfinished business, as you wish. It's you. Before battle, it is imperative to calm the mind. If you have unfinished business, then come. Since leaving the plane of Euthymia, I seem to experience this feeling more and more. Whether in the mark... No, it may not be a bad thing. In the plane of Euthymia, I could not perceive the consequences of my choice. It is only natural that I would feel their effect one day. Even a god. I have come to realize that isolating oneself from all engagement, I will not unleash Muso no Hitotachi this time. I can only using illusion against illusion, dream against nightmare. The ultimate success of
Did we do it?
The Arataki Gang!
Prepare yourself, traveler. All right, follow me. To think, there would be a day when we would fight in the plain of Euthymia, side by side. Stay on your guard, traveler.
God of Thunder, heed our call.
To this illusion. We have the advantage. Time to strike.
Shatter the night,
Unmask it all.
With your might, let illusions fall.
You my power. I grant you the Shogun's blessing.
God of Thunder.
Shatter the night, unmask it all.
With your might, let illusions fall.
Wake up! Wake up! Makoshi-sama! Makoshi-sama! Are you okay?
We thought you'd been eaten alive by that beast.
Mother!
Do what you must. Just save her. This nightmare, it's beyond our skill to heal.
Nightmare. It felt like an endless nightmare. Sleep in peace. This time, only sweet dreams await.
For many of us, I'm sure the last few days have seen unforgettable, but for now, before we kick things off, our representative will announce the award for Best Game.
No mames.
The winning team will take home a sum of prize money courtesy of the yacht. In addition, our special guest has the honor.
This special award recognizes the team with the most and that goes to the creators of the horror game, The Doppelganger Incident.
Huh? Oh, so it was a horror game.
Wow, that takes immersive tool.
I present you this award in the name...
Shogun?
Shogun is the best!
The whole purpose of the investigation, besides, the world is a big place.
But we were just there. So warm. Oh, hey!
Coisa.
It's not good to get distracted during a match, brother. Oh,
Boss! The Mikawa Flower Festival was a huge success for us! Based on what we've made so far, I think we'll be able to...
That's great news!
Oh, you look pleased about...
Oh, it's nothing.
I forgot to share some good news. 30% of the proceeds from the festival have been transferred to Yai Publishing House. We're expecting record profit.
What?
Well, boss, I guess congratulations are in order. This is our...
May this be a night of sweet dreams for all.
Didn't keep you waiting, did I?
Anytime, any place. Rise with the sun!
Let's play! Yahoo! Hip. Yahoo!
it up! Going in! Let engraved names echo! Here comes the catch. Light of the blazing sun! Rise with the sun! Teamwork is strength! Bring it! Let the mountain's veins boil! Things are about to get dicey. Let's light it up! Pyroclastic surge! Light it up! Hear the echoes of the valley! Everybody stand back! Busted! Here comes the catch! Wrath from the sky! Full throttle! I'm going in! Gotcha! Full throttle! Watch out, or you'll get singed! Let engraved names echo! Game's up. Thumbs up. Teamwork is streamwork! Full throttle! Go! Pyroclastic surge! Hear the echoes of the valley! Take a look behind the veil! Yeah! Light of the blazing sun! Overruled! Bring it! Let the mountain's veins boil! I'm going in! Showing! Stop that! Let my name echo in song! Everlasting as the moon! Laid bare! Wanted my full attention, did you? Yeah, transfixed! Rise with the sun! Watch out! Or you'll be singed! Ring of the sky! Check this out! Take a look behind the veil! Hear the echoes of the valley!
Make yourselves at home! I see everything!
Light it up!
Action at the flame!
Light of the blazing sun!
Committed to memory! Let's ride! Share my knowledge! Everyone hold hands!
Let engraved names echo! Wrath from the sky!
Carving wave!
Burn it down!
Check this out! That's the one!
Bring it!
Let's ride! Woohoo!
Light of the blazing sun!
Ah, claro.